A glorious sight. Welcome to Tesoro Cross Country Skiing Stadium, Val di Fiemme, for the 2026 Milano Cortina Paralympic Winter Games. It's the para cross country sprint competition. We're 4 hours roughly northeast of Milan. It's an altitude of around about 1,000 meters. Racing here for over 50 years. We've seen plenty of major tournaments, World Championships on 3 occasions, and also plenty of World Cup events. So it will be a familiar course to a star-studded lineup in each of the classifications we have in the para cross-country skiing. Qualifications first, then the semi-finals, and then the final where the medals will be decided. It's going to be fast, it's going to be quick, and it's going to be very, very exciting.
We have men's and women's, the sitting, standing and vision impaired. Here's today's weather. 0 degrees actually on the ground in the snow. 6 degrees is the air temperature, so it's reasonably comfortable. You can see the fans out there. Most of them have got jackets, hats on. It has been a little bit warmer on other days of competition. 6 degrees, absolutely perfect. Lovely blue skies as well, and we're going to get underway with the women's sprint sitting competition, the qualifiers first.
Athletes warming up for the women's sprint over a course which is 1,024 meters. Very, very flat. Slight difference of just 5 meters. There is a very, very small climb awaiting these athletes. Anja Vicker will start off. Oksana Masters will go off second. Third, Kim Young-ji, and then the rest will follow in intervals of 30 seconds. We've got the factor time on the right. We'll explain more once the athletes are underway. 100% will be the time that you will see in the bottom right corner. And then as you go through different classifications of athletes, percentage time will be factored in. Again, we'll explain more once we are underway.
19 competitors in this first event of the day, the women's sprint sitting event. Then we'll get through to, we'll whittle them down to 12 for the semis and 6 for the final.
All out attack on the course. You need to be inside that top 12 to go through to the semi-finals. 1 lap, 1,024 meters. Hardly any climbed. 12 fastest through to the semi-finals. Mistakes will be punished. If you make a mistake, you haven't got long to recover. Plenty of the top athletes will know. Can't take any chances. They need to be inside that 12 to get through to the semi-finals, and then they can then readdress the situation. Athletes for passes down at the start. It's going to be fast, not only out on course, but also down at the start points.
Right, you've got we saw some of the men waiting. They're going to be getting underway probably in around 10 minutes time. So that's the men's sitting event. 37 of them involved. That's going to be more difficult to whittle them down to just 12 semis. 19 in the women's. They're going to be getting underway. It's going to be fast and furious once we do start, which should be in a couple of minutes time, because they'll be going off every 15 seconds. So we will count out afterwards. We'll see the times, we'll see the adjusted times as well for the various levels of impairment. That'll all be explained to you. Times will come up automatically now. Coming first into the gate, Anja Vicker, 34 years old, and her fourth Paralympics. She got 2 golds in 2014. She's already got a bronze this time around in the biathlon version of this, the sprint event. Incredibly fast skier, and she's going to be setting the pace. You can see the good push that she's getting, the incredible acceleration on the 34-year-old.
Vicker, LW10, impairments to the lower limb and trunk. Athletes are not able to control their trunk, pelvis and legs. Next away is Oksana Masters, possibly one of the favourites.
Kim Yoon-ji, 19 years old, from Seoul, flag bearer for the Republic of Korea here at the Paralympic Winter Games 2026, and she's taking part in all 3 cross-country and 3 biathlon events.
35 years old, 3rd Paralympic Winter Games, the semi-finals of the sprint in Beijing.
Wang Shiyu, 26 years old, 3 biathlon events here, and the only cross-country event she's doing is this one, the sprint. She was 4th in this event in 2022, so keep an eye on her for the medals.
Meunier of Germany, world champion of the 800 meters in the T54 in para-athletics in 2024. Very quick, and she transferred that pace from the track to the snow.
Another German from a different age category, Andrea Iskau, 54 years old, para-cycling gold medalist in 2008, 12 and 16. She's got biathlon golds at Pyeongchang and Sochi, so she's another one to keep an eye on.
She's picked on of Canada, 32 years old, 2nd Paralympic Winter Games, through to the final in Beijing, then finishing in 6th, and she medalled here.
Indira Liseth of Norway. She was actually born in Barranquilla in Colombia. She's a para-ice hockey player as well. Finished 12th in this sprint event 4 years ago.
Number 10. Underway shortly. Here she goes. Olympic Winter Games once again. So we'll be hoping to qualify for the semi-finals again.
Already seeing some of the quickest runners coming across the line already. Oksana Masters, 3 silvers in Beijing. See the factored time, that's going to be exactly the same time. And she's the one setting the standard, 2:29.32.
Vika coming through. This time 2:29.32. Again, you need to be inside the first 12 to go through to the semi-finals. Oksana Masters, her time 100%, but she is an LW12 classified athlete, so she has extension power on at least one leg, which can create a forceful ski movement forwards and also used for balance.
You can see Kim Yoon-ji there coming across, making sure she gets into the tracks that have been laid down. She crosses the line 2:35, so she's around 6 seconds behind Masters. I think everyone's going to be behind Masters, whether you can stay in the top 12.
Shiru will be over 2 minutes and 40, 13 seconds behind. Filters into 4. And 24 is going to be inside the 12 at the moment.
And this is one of the final starters that we have. Lauren Parker, 37-year-old from Newcastle in New South Wales, triathlete. Got gold in triathlon and cycling in Paris 2024. Only started skiing less than 6 months ago.
More coming to the line. Meunier going to be near 3 minutes for the track start. 26.51 behind Masters. Into 6th place, Escal will take that position a full 10 seconds quicker than Meunier, who will be looking on anxiously at the likes of Picton, who goes 7th, Canada.
Yes, Meunier a long way down at the moment. You'd still fancy her to get through in the top 12, but nervous times for her at this stage, waiting for the remaining competitors to come over the line. There's 19 of them in total, and all 19 have taken the start now.
Meunier has proved her pace on the snow before, 10th in the World Championships a number of years ago, Lillehammer 5th in 2023 in Östersund. So behind Masters by a considerable margin.
As I think everyone will be. There's going to be a lot of people behind Oksana Masters, and they have been for a good number of years.
Bunch of athletes around about 2 minutes 50 Anything underneath that may well qualify you for the semi-finals. Goal, Zaino. Sled hockey. Kraken, and that's a cracking time underneath. 20 seconds should be good enough for Nicole Zaino.
Itia Loban of Belarus is number 14. She's already overtaken Han Seung-hae, number 13. That's a good indication for her.
To 8th place, proven quality, 4th in this contest in Pyeongchang. And Han with a very good performance. Very impressive, 15 seconds back and safely through to the semi-finals, and that's the name of the game here. You can't win a medal in qualifying, you just need to go safely through.
Lynn-Marie Bilodeau of Sherbrooke in Quebec, youngest member of the Canadian team 4 years ago. Her mother is an alpine coach, and she isn't going to make it inside the top 12.
At the moment, 12th place is 2 minutes 50.75. So that is 12th place. You need to be inside that time, 2 minutes 50.75. The time trickles past Erin Martin.
13th, Agony.
Parker, again that time, trickles by, 13th place, the worst place of all when it comes to a top 12 qualification. And Sato knows that the time has gone. Nana Sato, first Paralympic Winter Games for 29-year-old. And will already be aware that the time has gone. But full effort still for Sato. Will finish 3:10 now. 18th or 19th. Will be 18th place.
One athlete still out there, that's Arne Albertsdottir, Arne Sigridur Albertsdottir. Just hoping interview now, coming over the crest, 35 years old. The first Icelandic competitor in paracycling events, both on the UCI Tour and at the Olympics 2020, and she is the first Icelandic athlete to take part in the Winter Paralympics in cross-country. LW10, so her time will be factored down. It's for athletes who have no sitting balance, so that time around 3:40 will come down, but she is going to be the 19th and final finisher.
Well, Oksana Masters set the time and no one got close. Over 5 seconds clear, but it's the top 12 who go through, and within 10 seconds the likes of De Sandholt Rocker and Rika, and then we head down to that magical mark, and it will be Lauren Parker, unfortunately, sitting in 13th and will not go through. It's the top 12 through to the semi-finals.
Barely time to take a breath. It'll be the men's events getting underway now. Exactly the same categories. So men's sprint sitting, 37 competitors taking part, but again, only 12 will make it through. They'll be starting at 15-second intervals, and they'll be racing over the line within around 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So it's going to be fast and furious. We'll show you as many of the competitors as we can, and the first one is Christian Westermeyer Ribeira of Brazil, 23 years old. Got a silver in the World Para-Snow Sports Championships in Lillehammer, and then first in Pyeongchang 2018. Incredibly young competitor he was back then.
Next up for Italy, we'll get a huge cry from the crowd. Huge roar for Giuseppe Romele, 34 years old, bronze medal over the middle distance in Beijing. He's a two-time world sprint champion.
Pavel of Ukraine, 39 years old, got a bronze in Paris, road race, paracycling, and a gold in the biathlon, 12.5 kilometers in Lillehammer 5 years ago.
Peng goes in search of another gold. The champion in Beijing is off and racing here in Milano.
Ivan Golubkov of Russia, 30 years old, 5 times he has won the crystal gold, 4 golds in Lillehammer, the World Championships in 2022, 6 at the World Para Snow Championships as well. This is definitely an athlete to keep an eye on.
Colin Cameron of Canada away and racing. Bronze medal winner in Beijing in the sprint. Very powerful man.
Yodbol Kamitov, 28 years old, from Kazakhstan. Gold medals at the World Championship in Östersund in the sprint. He was a flag bearer as well 4 years ago.
Taras Rad, Ukraine, got through to the final in Beijing, finished in 6th place. He was a silver medalist in World Championship sprint action. Can he medal here?
Yu Zhichu, 28 years old, from China, 4th in this event in 2022. This is the only cross-country event he's taking part in. He's a very good biathlon sprinter though, and he goes out of the tracks there, so deciding to go on the fresh snow as we see the opening competitor, Vestemaya Ribera, getting over the line. He was the first out of the traps, and he's the first one over the line, coasting over the line there. So 2:08 is the time that he has set.
Very, very confident with the time of 2:08. And those roars for Rene when he started, getting louder and louder as they come into the home straight in front of the large crowd, and we'll stop the clock in 2:18.09 in second because he's finished second. Val will go quicker than that, and only 3 seconds behind Ribera.
Yeah, Vestemaya obviously knew that he put a good time in there and just coasted over the line, as you do when it's the qualifiers, and keep your powder dry.
Next to finish will be Peng Peng, the gold medal winner in Beijing. An amazing Beijing Paralympic Winter Games, 2 golds and throwing 2 silvers as well. In 3rd place.
That opening time from Vestemaya Ribera is looking very impressive as Golubkov goes over the line. Colin Cameron in there. He's the nearest we've had so far to Vestemaya.
Kamitov has proven pace over the sprint cross-country. Kamitov in 4th place. He's a much improved performer. Was a bronze medal winner in the World Championships leading up to the Paralympic Winter Games in Milano Cortina. He's certainly a medal hope for Kazakhstan.
Taras Rad, a fantastic biathlon sprinter as well. He is over the line, 8 seconds behind Vestemaya Ribera. Yu Zhichu gets over and gets himself in the top 10. Behind it, there are 37 competitors here. We have a look at Wang Tao. Only 12 of them will get through to the next round. So it's going to start getting very tight for a lot of these competitors.
10 athletes have finished, so once we get to 12, we know exactly what the time is to qualify. Whoever's in 12th place, when Pike comes through for the United States. Aaron Pike will be qualifying here because it's going to be a very quick time. 5:84. Aaron Pike showing pace in qualification. Now we have a 12th place time of 2:22.44. So that's the time to remember. That's what athletes out on the course have to beat. 2:22.44.
Daniel Knossen, the 45-year-old from Topeka, Kansas. Bronze in this event 8 years ago. He's going to be on the cusp here.
Sweeney was in 19th place and failed to qualify in Beijing. Into 12th place, so at the moment he's in qualification position.
He's knocked Daniel Knossen out as well.
2:19.61 the time for Sweeney, so that's our new benchmark for qualifying.
Vasyl Kravchuk, 29-year-old Ukrainian, gold in the cross-country relay 4 years ago. His factor time is going to come down. That gets him just about in the top 12. Nervous times for the next couple of minutes for him.
Knock out Sweeney as well. 16th place, and will not qualify for the semi-finals.
Michele Biglione from Savigliano in Piedmont doesn't make it inside the top 12.
2:18.09 is the time to beat. Underneath that, you're in. Outside, you will not be. All right. You'll be outside of that time. So it's going to be in 18th position. Second Paralympic Winter Games.
Guilherme Rocha, number 39 from Sao Paulo, 29-year-old. He's going to be on the outside as well.
Still finish. Coming over the crest of the hill to the stadium. Time 2:18.09. Will be very close to that time for Ukraine.
Factoring taken into account, yes.
Very close. 2:17.22. Well, under 0.2 of a second inside the time, just. But he's inside the top 12 at the moment.
Jong Jae-suk on the right, 38-year-old from Daegu. He's being overtaken by Minamoto Takaharu. So Takaharu absolutely giving it his all, but he's going to be on the outside as well.
Will be outside of the time for Sweden. 17th place.
Missed out in 2022 due to COVID, so delighted to be here this time around.
Belton Mula will have a very strong sprint cross-country team here. Mula will not go through to the semi-finals.
Coming down now is Giuseppe Spatola from Saronno, which is just north of Milan, so not that far away from here, from Val di Fiemme. 43 years old. He's in his first Paralympic Games, taking part in all 3 of the cross-country events. As you can see, his factor time is 100%. He is an LW12, so with full trunk function. So his time's not going to be altered, and he is currently 25th.
A few seconds away from finishing. On the right of your screen is Rivero Fernandez, one of 7 athletes from Spain here in Milan, 20th in the recent cross-country sprint World Championships, whereas in 26, and Fernandez 24. Lima. Over 2 minutes and 30, athletes from Argentina in Milano, and 26 seconds behind the leader.
Bit of a gap now coming to Leo Samarelli, 31-year-old from Vancouver. He's on the right of your screen, a former boxer. He's had his first Paralympics. On the right as well, Marco Pisani, who's from Bagno a Ripoli near Florence. Soldier who was injured in Iraq. He was 11th in the biathlon sprint.
Crossing the line on the left for the United States, that's Michael Neelan, first Paralympic Winter Games, 20-year-old, first-year student at Montana State University. And this is the line, too far away. Qualification. 2:37.54, so he won't qualify, and in 30th place with effort in his first Paralympic Winter Games.
Georgian Timuri Dadiani crosses the line. He's outside the top 12 as well. Now from El Salvador, from San Salvador, the capital, 27-year-old David Chavez. In his first Paralympic Games and is taking part in all 3 of the cross-country events. He has very little sitting function. He's an LW 10.5, which means that his factor time is going to come down. It's not going to get him in the top 12, but it's still a creditable performance for him.
Dave Milne of Australia, 28th place for Dave Milne, 25 seconds behind. Proved to be a very strong time by Rivera.
Omar Alejandro Lorenzo of Argentina. Fantastic to see so many Central and South American competitors taking part in the Milano Cortina 2026 Paralympic Winter Games.
2 athletes remaining on the course. Brumby. Arias.
That is Jonathan Arias, another one from El Salvador. 2 representatives from El Salvador in this particular competition. Neither of them is going to make it through to the next round. You can hear the fans encouraging Arias, ringing the bell.
Less than 100 days training on the snow, trains on the beach in El Salvador.
It's similar, I suppose, and you're going to build up your muscles and your upper body function.
36th position for Jonathan and Matthew Brumby get to finish.
Here he is pushing his way up the incline. That's the only incline that there is. He's an LW 10, which means he has very little in the way of sitting balance. So his time is going to be factored down, but it was a real tough push for him to get up that incline. He's an Invictus triathlete, the 48-year-old from Tasmania. Gets himself into the grooves there, into the tracks, and going to give himself a good push to get over the line. Taking part in the biathlon and the cross-country here. He was the last to set off, and he will be the last to cross the line.
7th place there for Brumby. At the time, it looked strong at the start by Christian Rivera, and it certainly was. Cameron Pablo Bal got close, but it is the top 10 who go through, but coasting over the line, and coasting over the line in front by a number of seconds, ominous for the rest.
Yes, he obviously knew he'd set a very good time, and gave himself a little bit of a breather the last 5 or 10 meters or so, but rightly so.
Confirm the top 12 to go through to the 2 semi-finals of 6. There is Rivera's time, 2:08.22. Cameron Bell and Wang in 4th place, and the magical 12th position goes to Vasyl Klavchuk, and he qualifies in 12th. Those just further down, we'll be looking back. It was only a narrow couple of seconds or so from that 12th place for a large number of athletes.
Agony for the home hero Giuseppe Romele, who's won 6 World Cup races this winter. He finished 13th. That's the toughest position to finish in. He's not going to be making it through to the semi-final, so real disappointment for the home crowd.
Fast and furious at the sprint competition in qualification. It will carry on when it gets to the semi-finals. Thoroughly enjoying not only the quick-fire starts, but the calculations at the end, keeping a look at 12th place, hoping that the athlete that they are cheering on will get into that top 12, but also giving tremendous support to every finisher in the cross-country sprint here at Milano Cortina. The women's sprint standing lineup. Top 12 will qualify. One lap. And again, the top 12 will go through. And we have plenty of medalists from previous games, world champions. And it's going to be very quick at the start here. Vilde Nielsen, Sydney Peterson and Natalie Wilkie will be the first three. Well, they could well be the final three as well when we get to the final. That's a long way in the future. But what we're looking down on is the 1.1 kilometer loop. Now there is, at the start, a very flat set piece of terrain, and then it's the one incline. At halfway, they will go up a very steep climb to around about halfway, 500 meters from the end, and then it's downhill, a big sweeping right-hander into the home straight. So it's uphill for the first half and downhill into the stadium for the second half of just 1.1 kilometers.
Having a look at Zhao Ziqing here, the 28-year-old from Hebei province, who got a silver in the biathlon a little bit earlier in these games. There are 17 competitors, 12 places in semi-finals up for grabs. It's going to be an incredibly quick race. It's the sprint, so it's bound to be quick, and the competitors will be going at 15-second intervals. So some of the earlier competitors, the ones we mentioned earlier, the likes of Nielsen, Peterson, Wilkie, they will be crossing the line before some of the later competitors have even gone out of the traps. So we'll be keeping an eye on all the times for you, as well as the factored times as well, because there are various levels of impairment in this same category. So we have a quick look at the biathlon specialist Daniel Arovic. She's involved as well. So various levels of impairment, upper and lower limbs, and those times are all factored in towards the end, and then you get an overall delta time, as it's known. Don't worry about trying to do the calculations yourselves. Those will all come up on the screen, and you will see exactly who's in the top 12, who isn't. Vilde Nielsen getting us underway, the 25-year-old. Silver in sprint events in 2018 and 22, bronze in the relay, 4 golds in Trondheim in the World Championships last year. She's going to set the pace both literally and metaphorically first away.
Sydney Peterson of the United States, 24 years old, second Paralympic Winter Games in Beijing. She won gold, silver and bronze. The bronze was in the cross-country sprint.
Natalie Wilkie, 25 years old from British Columbia, gold, silver, bronze in the cross-country in 2018. She was just 17 years old when she managed that. 2 golds, a silver and a bronze in 2022. Beautiful style as she gets underway.
Mila Lyashenko, bronze medalist here in Milano Cortina in the biathlon sprints. She was 6th in the final in Beijing in the cross-country sprints.
Zhao Ziqing, we saw her a little bit earlier. She is classified LW57, so double lower limb impairment, and that means that her factored time is just 81%, so that's going to help her when it comes to the delta times.
Legendary Oksana Kononova from Ukraine was 5th in the cross-country sprint in Beijing, but she's in form here in Milano Cortina. She was the gold medal winner in the biathlon sprint.
Danielle Arovic, the 29-year-old from Idaho, LW8, so her factored time is going to be 92%, taking part in all 3 biathlon and all 3 cross-country events here. She was also involved in Beijing 4 years ago.
Irina Bui generally excels over a longer distance. Was 5th in the semi-finals of the World Championships last year, LW8.
Tall German Catherine Marchand, 35 years old from Cologne. She's only taking part in cross-country events. These are her first Paralympic Games as well. She finished 9th in Trondheim in the World Championships 2025 in this event.
Emma Archibald of Canada, rising star of Canadian Para-Nordic program, 22 years old, first Paralympic Winter Games from Ottawa. There's 5 top 10s leading up to Milano.
Ellen Westerlund, just 19 years old from Sweden, taking part in all 3 cross-country events. This is her first Paralympic Games, 5th in Trondheim in those World Championships last year.
Abe next to go for Japan. 30 years old, 4th Paralympic Winter Games. Failed to qualify for the final in Beijing, but he's 6th in the semi-final.
First over the line, Vilde Nielsen. She was first away and is first over the line, so setting the pace under 3 minutes.
Once again, just to confirm, the first 12 will go through to the semi-finals, and we do expect the first 3 to cross the line, including Sydney Peterson, to more than likely finish 1, 2 and 3 in qualification, or at least safely go through. Sydney Peterson, the bronze medalist from Beijing, being cheered to the line, and will finish very close to Vilde Nielsen, less than a couple of seconds. And then in behind, not too far away, Natalie Wilkie, who goes quickest by just under 0.3 of a second. So there's not a lot between the first 3, less than 2 seconds. Might well be that's in the semi-finals and final. That's all to come then.
Lyudmila Lyashenko, her factor time, you can see she's going to be a little bit outside that top 3, but it's still going to come down to below 3 minutes once it's factored in.
Lyashenko, another athlete who generally excels over the further distance. We're racing over 10 and 20 kilometres in cross-country, and so this is an extreme distance here, extremely short, just over 1 kilometre.
Alexandra Kononova has overtaken Zhao Shijing out on the snow. And that factor time's already been adjusted, so she's not going to be troubling the top 3.
Again, once the 12 athletes set crosses the line, we will know what the cut-off point is according to going through to the semi-finals. Daniel Alarovic, 12 seconds behind the leader. Now 18 seconds in 7th place of the 7 who have finished.
Very much the top 3 as we were expecting. Irina Bui, the Ukrainian. Almost been overtaken by Catherine Marchand. Bui's time 9th because Marchand overtakes her straight away and gets right into the top 3. Catherine Marchand edging out Sydney Jo Peterson.
Very, very impressive time there from Marchand. Very impressive indeed. And has got a factor time, LW9, 88%. LW9 doesn't have the inability to control a ski pole, so we'll just use 1. It will be a familiar classification. See 2 more athletes approaching.
We have Emma Archibald on the right, and then Abe Yurika, who has overtaken her on the snow. This is going to be a reasonably quick time for Abe. Much more so than Archibald.
Archibald is an LW 5-7 classified athlete. Impairments in both arms, so LW 5 and 7 will be athletes who will ski without poles.
Ellen Westerlund, the 19-year-old, crosses the line, and she's going to be outside the top 12. Her first ever Paralympics.
And we have more than 12 finishes, so Irina Bui's time currently in 12th place of 3:16.48 is that magic time. 3:16.48. Inside that time, you'll be inside the 12. Outside, you will not be going through, but of course we will have plenty still to finish. There's 3 athletes to finish.
Daria Vitskovic of Belarus is the penultimate starter. He's 14th, so outside that top 12.
So Japan is going to be also outside of that time, 42 seconds behind the leader, down in 16th place.
One we're waiting for is Tabea Dolzan, 21-year-old from Ljubljana. LW3, there she is. So she has an impairment in both limbs. It's her first Paralympics. She's taking part in the sprint event, and then also the 10-kilometer cross country. You can see that she just finished the climb, and now she's onto the descent, taking things carefully. LW3 category, so her time is factored down. 86% of the actual time will be the delta. And she's coming into the home straight now, as you can see the tracks. Final little bit of an incline. Now she can get into the tough position. In
cheer to the line, it's going to be over 4 minutes. We'll go through to the semi-finals. This time on screen very quick, 2:53.08. Completes the cross-country sprint. Well done in her first appearance at the Paralympic Winter Games. Confirmation of Natalie Wilkie-Vilda-Nielsen, and that time of Catherine Marchand, very, very impressive to break up the top three. Peterson in 4th place, and Irina Buri did hold on in 12th place and will qualify for the semi-finals.
Onto the men's already. 30 competitors. 12 of them will qualify. The first one here, number 121, Sebastian Marburger, 28-year-old from Frankenberg. Only taking part in this event. It's his first Paralympics as well. He's an LW2 category, so that's severe lower limb impairment. But he's a gold medalist in World Cup relay events, so has a fair bit of form.
2-2. He's on the bib of Karaoke, 25 years old, 3rd Paralympic Winter Games, and sprints away from the line. And he's very quick indeed, the gold medalist in Beijing.
Wang Chenyang, 24 years old from Hebei province. Gold medalist over 20-kilometer distance in Toblach in the World Championship event last year.
He was the gold medal winner in Beijing over the 20 kilometers. 2-4. Witold Skupian of Poland starts his sprint.
Serafim Drahun, 20 years old from Ukraine. He's 15th in this event in Beijing 4 years ago. Taken part in the biathlon sprint events as well.
2-6 is Mark Rens of Canada. 5th Paralympic Winter Games. 5th in the World Championships in Östersund. Not really known for sprints at cross-country.
Carl Tabouret, the Frenchman from Albertville, where the games were held in 1992. That was before his time. He's just 22 years old. He won this event in Trondheim at the World Championships in 2025. Very quick, not the best shooter in the biathlon, but he's very quick here, and he's not going to have to shoot, so he's a medal threat.
It won't be a Paralympic Winter Games without Yoshihiro Niita, 45 years old, 8th Paralympic Winter Games. He competed in Nagano in 1998. Many of the athletes weren't even born then.
Well, one who wasn't born is Raman Svirdzenka of Belarus. He's just taking part in cross-country here, and it's his first games, the 21-year-old.
Ling Jin will be next to go. 1-3-0 on the bib. And the start is underway. Fourth in the middle distance cross country in Beijing.
Now, the first starter was Sebastian Marburger, 28-year-old, and he is the first finisher. So he has set the time that everyone else is going to have to beat, 2:18.78. While he was getting underway, while he was finishing, Grigor Vovchinski was getting underway in his 5th Paralympic Games. We'll see him in the next few minutes. Another medal threat. He's got 6 medals overall at Paralympic Winter Games. More finishers coming in. Kawayoke Taiki.
Kawayoke from the top to the sprint. And it really is a sprint to the line. Maybe under 2:30. 2:28.21, and with more and more finishes. Find out how quick that time is. Sabathmi still to lead the starting gates. We concentrate on the first of the finishers. 2:05. It's Drahun of Ukraine. Serafin Drahun, 20, 2nd Paralympic Winter Games, competed as a 16-year-old and was down the field in the cross country in Beijing, understandably so at that age, improving all the time. First of the athletes from China. We've got the 2 gold medalists here in Milano already. Tsai Jie-Yoon out on the track, and the bib 132 will be crossing the line shortly.
Carl Tabouret collapses over the line, and then evasive action has to be taken by Nita Yoshihiro, who comes up right behind him. Raman Sviridzenka of Belarus. He's still down, Tabouret, as is Sviridzenka. Everyone leaving absolutely everything out on the track there. Like he might be in a little bit of discomfort there, Tabouret, as we move over to Stefan Egger-Riedmuller, 29-year-old from Austria. Only recently started competing internationally. This is his first Paralympic Winter Games. Back to the finish line. Tabouret is up, which is good to see.
Here comes Tsai Jie-Yoon. Gold in the sprint biathlon and in the individual here in Milano Cortina. And he's 11 seconds behind Marburg, who might qualify there with that time. It's 5th place at the moment. There's an awful lot of athletes to finish. 1:34.
Vovchinski over the line as well.
Some time from Holland. To 4th place. Davier 9th. That's going to be an interesting weight. Benjamin Davier.
Vovchinski currently only 12th and 12 qualified, so he is in a little bit of strife as we look at Ganbold Batmunk from Mongolia, 34 years old, from the capital, Ulaanbaatar. It's his 4th Paralympic Games, but he's never had a top 10 finish. Maybe this will be the year for him.
Two athletes from Mongolia. Following him will be Dashdor Sangmid as well.
Vladislav Korbal, just 17 years old from Kazakhstan, obviously in his first Paralympics.
Just the 3 athletes to start the competition remain. So we're starting to form a pretty solid leaderboard now. And this is the time really to concentrate on that 12th place with Korbal of Kazakhstan. 2 minutes 40.68. 2 minutes 40.68. That's 12th place at the moment. Everything inside that time will be in a qualification position. At the moment, plenty to finish.
Yes, Grigor Vovchinski, as we saw there, the 37-year-old Ukrainian, he's out. He's 14th, so he's not going to make it into the top 12.
Very into 11th place. Wouldn't that be good enough? It's going to be an agonising wait for athletes who cross the line in the likes of 9th, 10th, 11th, and of course 12th position.
Yes, Berry, just 18 years old from Oregon, obviously in his first Paralympic Games. He's currently on the bubble.
Reed Mueller. Going to be very close to Reed's time, just outside of the 12 into 14th position for the Austrian.
Currently looking good for young Jack Berry. Luca Tavashi.
First place, Tavashi. Look back up the finish straight, waiting for the next athlete to clear over the brow of the hill. Invariably in sprint competitions there will be gaps, and then all of a sudden 3 or 4 athletes will converge all in one.
Yuan Ming Shou, 142, in the tuck position.
5'7" athletes, Ming Shu, impairments in both arms. So the athletes will ski without poles.
Behind him, Iwamoto Keigo from Gifu. Just crossing the line there, Wellington da Silva. Da Silva over the line in 18th, Iwamoto 22nd. 145 is Batmunk, whom we saw earlier.
Still inside that top 12, he's in 11th place. 12th position, 2:37.55 the time.
There is the second Mongolian.
In mid, 24 years old. Second Paralympic Winter Games appearance. Finished 19th in the cross-country sprint in Beijing. 22nd currently at the moment here in Milano.
Matej Škoda, 20-year-old from Horovice in Czechia. And we started international competition last year, just under the 3-minute mark.
3 athletes to finish. Matej Volpastra, 1:48. And that time in 12th position, 2:37.55. Those are factored. Huge ovation for the Italian, as you would expect, in 27.
2 still to come. Garek Melkonian, 20-year-old Armenian, and Miroslav Motejic from Czechia. There is Garek Melkonian from Ashotsk, just outside the 3-minute mark.
He remains on the course. Here into the home straight. But one more athlete to cross the line. The outside of the 12, and over a minute behind Marburger. It will be qualification for Berry of the United States in 11th place. It's a very, very impressive time at the top of qualification, semi-finals, and of course the final to come. But to be in front at this stage and to set the standard by just under 5 seconds, Sebastian Marburger, that is very, very quick indeed, the gap between himself and Hogan. But we do look down to 12th place. Again, athletes can leave just a little bit in reserve for those semi-finals and of course final. Look how close it was in qualification. It was 500th of a second.
Yes, a 5-second gap from first to second, another 5-second gap from second to third, and then, yes, 500ths of a second between 12th and 13th. Those are the fine margins in the sprint event in cross-country at the Paralympic Winter Games. Sebastian Marburger, he's got a fan club there. And that fan club certainly did their job, cheering on their man, who ended up 5 seconds clear of the rest of the field, very comfortably.
Results for the men's sprint standing. The women's sprint standing also up on the screen now. Find it, Wilkie, fastest in that event. For now, though, we are going to take a short break until our next event. Moving on to the vision impaired next. We'll be the women's sprint classic vision impaired, starting in just over 5 minutes.
Marcello è quella, guarda. No.
Women's sprint vision impaired classic cross country competition about to get underway. And there will be 14 trying to vie for the top 8 positions to go through to the semi-finals. So 14 into 8. Nice Muma Chola, along with guides as well. 70-year-old to lead the way. Well, with them in the final, but that's all to come. Andy Mullen with plenty of support in the big stand here. So, yeah, 14 will be starting with their guides down to 8 for the semi-finals.
You can see the ages there and the factors, obviously, alongside the names of the competitors. You've got NS1, 2 and 3. NS1 is the highest level of visual impairment, so those athletes taking part, they all have their delta time, their ultimate time factored down by a certain percentage, and then NS2, an intermediate level of impairment, NS3, the lowest level of impairment. So those athletes, NS3, for example, Lynn Katzmeyer, who's going away second, her time will be her actual time. You can see some of the men getting ready as well, because right after the women's sprint in vision impaired, we will have the men's as well.
Athletes with NS1 classification have no light perception. We have some, it means that they must wear opaque shades or goggles, you'll notice, so that no light can be perceived while skiing, to make it a level playing field. And NS2 athletes in this class will have some vision, and NS3 vision is possible with a field restricted to a diameter of 60 degrees to give a little bit more indication. But every athlete will have a guide. These are vitally important to the speed, direction, and also, see, in terms of communication, microphones will be worn by some to keep that communication constant throughout the course of this just over kilometre course.
Yes, we're seeing there the first athlete, the one who's going to get us underway, Simona Bubeniskova of Czechia. She had her guide David Srutek alongside her, and she is in S1 in terms of the level of visual impairment, so the highest level of visual impairment. And so her guide David Srutek had a microphone there, and he will be telling her, right, just getting up to the section where in the middle where there's a climb, and round to the left, try to find the tracks, that kind of thing.
Bubeniskova will lead off the competition, silver medalist in the biathlon individual. Showing extreme pace early on in that competition.
Yes, an excellent sprinter. She was silver in the sprint event, cross-country, at the World Championships in Trondheim last year. And there will be 20 seconds in between the various athletes getting underway.
In Katzmeyer, only 19 years old, from Germany. Florian Barman, the guide, very impressive. 17 winning relay sprints and over further in the World Championships. Bronze medal winner in Beijing.
Another young German, Leonie Maria Walter, 22, from Freiburg im Breisgau. Her guide is Christian Krasmann. Bronze in the sprint event in the biathlon, so a very good sprinter. Biathlon middle distance gold medalist 4 years ago.
Just checking the equipment down at the start, so a slight pause before Johanna Richtenwald will come forward.
No, Johanna Rechtenwald. We're on to Anastasia Bajian of Russia. So Rechtenwald looks like she's not taking the start. Bajian, 24 years old, with Sergei Sinyakin as her guide. Bronze in the sprint in Lillehammer in the World Championships in 2022, taking part in all 3 cross-country events here.
Anna Shishkova, Ukraine. Silver medal winner in Beijing. 34 years old, 5th Paralympic Winter Games. Won 3 golds in Beijing. One of them was in the cross-country classic long distance.
Brooke Ailey is the guide with the big G, and Maddie Mullin, the 18-year-old from Fergus, Ontario, behind her. Finished 10th in the biathlon sprint. Fergus, Ontario, northwest of Toronto. And there's You can hear the fans in the crowd. I saw some of the flags earlier, the fans cheering her on.
2:08 Anita Kolbrin. Poland, 25 years old, first appearance in the Paralympic Winter Games. Was fourth in the semi-final of the World Championships in 2025. Just missed out on qualifying for the final. Mark Woolmay puts up the guide.
Kong Ji-hong from China. The guide is Liu Jiaxuan. Kong is taking part in all three cross-country and all three biathlon events here. Finished 8th in the biathlon sprint, so a very capable sprinter.
A wave of new young stars from Ukraine. Lobashieva, she's 21 years old, first appearance in the Paralympic Winter Games, was 10th in the sprint World Championships last year.
First away is also first over the line, the 17-year-old from Czechia, Bubeniskova, and the time sets under 3 minutes. That was the one for everyone to chase down. Katzmeyer with 12 seconds behind her, so an absolutely flying start from the 17-year-old Bubeniskova.
Katzmeyer, bronze medal winner in Beijing, so that is a huge amount of time between the pair. Both will safely go through, one will presume, 14 into 8 in this qualification. That is a huge amount of time. Walter as well, 14.66, which I think just confirms the pace shown by Bubeniskova.
The penultimate starter is Anna Gracheva of Kazakhstan, 36 years old. Yermek Ormantayev is her guide.
And last to go will be Taryn Dickens of Australia. 43 years old, first appearance in the Paralympic Winter Games. In Brisbane, now resides in Bruce, representing Australia on the international stage for 3 years now, with her guide, Marie Cullen.
Bajian crosses the line in second, so an absolutely flying start from Bubeniskova, and then the nearest we've got so far is Bajian, ahead of the various Germans.
Pliskova. Time ticking towards 3:20 and nearly 30 seconds behind the current leader, Shishkova. Shishkova, remember, the silver medal winner from Beijing. At the moment, it's the young guns at the top who are setting the pace in Milano.
Maddie Mullin currently sitting in 5th. Sitting quite literally. She got herself over the line there and then collapsed in exhaustion.
At the moment, 6 athletes have crossed the line. So top 8 will be formed in the next few seconds. We're into 6th position. Shishkova's time, 3:19.69, is going to be the 8th place at the moment. So 3:19.69 in 8th place. Need to be underneath that time.
Kong Ji-hong just over the line there in 5th. Romana Lobasheva. She's going to be on the cusp of the top 8. Maybe on the outside looking in. Yes, she's going to be outside the top 8. She's going to be outside Shishkova just.
Four athletes remain on course, all aiming to go south of the 3:19.69 Shishkova time.
Waiting for Matsudo Kotoha, the 24-year-old from Japan. 2:12 is Yang Qianru, with the guide Wang Guanyu ahead of her.
Yang Qianru just failed to qualify for the final in Beijing. failed to qualify for the semi-finals 2026. Shishkova's time is still holding strong at 3:19.69 with 2 athletes remaining.
Lynn Marie Cullen, who is the guide for Tarrant Dickens. Climb towards the end of this course. Encouragement from Cullen.
Once the athlete has reached the top of that climb, it will be a huge right-handed sweep and then into the stadium complex. And, well, looking behind towards the athletes, and the guide nearly in a very serious error. So it will not, it wouldn't have affected qualification through to the semi-finals, but just gives you an indication of the job that a guide has, not only keeping tabs on what's going on behind with the athlete, but also have her skis going in the right direction, in the right groove, etc.
Indeed, Yermek Ormanteyev there, the guide for Anna Gracheva, just showing that you can have male guides for female athletes as well.
Top 8 going through. Shishkova setting that very, very good pace early on, and the time of Oksana Shishkova will be good enough to go through. Shishkova will be the one in the unfortunate 9th position. Top 8 going through to 2 semi-finals of 4 athletes.
Straight on to the men's event. 17 competitors, and once again the top 8 will get through. You saw some big names at the start there: Sebastian Modin, Jake Adikoff. They will be the favourites. They will be the ones getting us underway. Again, it's all going to be over in the blink of an eye. The 17 competitors starting at 20-second intervals. And the first person to get us underway is Sebastian Modin, the 31-year-old from Froso in Sweden. Flag bearer here. He's got plenty of medals, silvers and bronzes. He's looking for gold this time around, particularly since 16-time gold medalist Brian McKeever of Canada has retired. So the way is open for the likes of Modin and Adikoff.
Adikoff, silver medal winner in the sprint in Beijing. 4-time Paralympic Winter Games medalist. Gold in Beijing as part of the very strong USA relay team, and led out by Peter Walter, the changing guide here in Milano from Beijing.
Yu Shuang, 22 years old from Sichuan. His guide is Shang Jinsai. Got a bronze in the biathlon in Beijing 4 years ago and finished 6th in the biathlon sprint.
Thomas Oxel of Norway with guide Geir Løvik. We'll be looking for a medal here in an individual contest. He was bronze medalist in Beijing as part of a strong open relay. Also a gold and silver medal winner in World Championship. Again, part of a relay. Can he win a medal by himself?
27-year-old from Finland, Inki Inola, with Reitu Inkila as his guide. Just taking part in the cross-country events here. And the guide setting an absolutely cracking pace there. He's well clear of Inola, who finished 3rd in the sprint in Trondheim in the World Championship event.
Dmitro Suyarko was a bronze medalist in the individual biathlon here in Milano Cortina. He's a bronze medalist in the biathlon sprint from Beijing, to show that there is pace in Suyarko's skis, and is a medal prospect here.
Now, wearing the yellow bib with a G is Jakob Bolts, 21 years old, and his younger brother Theo Bolts, 19, is the athlete. So, absolutely fantastic for these brothers to be taking part together. They come from near Düsseldorf. young Theo Bolt, the 19-year-old, 11th in the biathlon sprint.
Ihor Kravchuk, only 25. First Paralympic Winter Games. Andrea Sinko is the guide. Better over the longer distance in World Championships across country. It's generally been 10 and 20 kilometers where he's excelled.
Piotr Garbowski, 52 years old, from Sanok in Poland. His guide is Jakub Twardowski. Twardowski gets them underway. Just taking part in the cross-country events here now. First across the line is Sebastian Modin, just ahead of Jake Adikoff. And Sebastian Modin, he's an NS1, so his time is factored down. And he has set the pace, 2:25.74.
I think a very good on-screen example of how those times are factored, where Adikoff was essentially closer to the athlete who started in front of him, Modin, but Modin's time was quicker because, again, of those factors. Oxel, again, top 8 we are looking for. Oxel with Gea Lervik looking behind at Oxel in 6:54 in terms of time behind our leader, and that could well be good enough.
You can see a big gap now from the top 4. 5th will be Inki Inola. He's NS3, so the lowest level of visual impairment, so his factored time is his actual time.
2:36.87. Interesting enough, here comes the guide for Inola. There's been an issue there on track.
As the guide doesn't have to cross the line ahead of the athletes. Plenty of athletes go, right, I can take it from here. The guides as well, if they're going to be in the semis and the final, they need to keep a little bit of energy in reserve. 27 over the line. Theo Bolt, 5th.
So a very good time by young Theo Bolt.
Some starters still getting underway. Blażej Bienko, the 22-year-old from Nisko in Poland. Michał Landa is his guide. Bienko finished 9th in the biathlon sprint, so he's a decent sprinter.
Next across the line, Kravchuk, who again better over the 10 and 20 kilometers. All a little bit too quick then for Ihor at the moment.
Garbowski in there, pushing Inola down. Getting underway now is the final competitor, Alex Leitman of Slovakia, 22 years old. Marko Havran is his guide. They're in their first Paralympics. Leitman finished 15th in this event, the World Championships in Trondheim last year.
Once a athlete is in those grooves, a few minutes ago, the guide could easily just step to one side and say it's straight to the line. This time, slightly different. Will be a time over 3 minutes, 43.34 for the Norwegian Luke, 19 years old. First appearance at the Paralympic Winter Games. That will be outside of the top 8. The current 8th position time is the Inola time, and that was 2:36.87. So 2:36.87, the time to get below, be inside the top 8 with a handful of athletes still on track.
So Bienko overtaking Max Nelson, both of them NS3, so that's good progress made by Bienko.
Paul to guide the athletes in the downhill sections of this 1.2 kilometer course.
Jesse Baczynski from Winnipeg. outside the top 8. It is Bianco. Bianco looking to qualify here. It's going to be touch and go.
This time 2:45 outside of Inola. So will be Nelson as well, the United States.
Bianco gave it his all there and finished less than a second outside the top 8. Very, very tough for him there. Logan Lariviere, 19-year-old from Sudbury, Ontario. It's right in the north of the province. He's very inexperienced. It's his first Paralympics.
Place for Kim Young, 3:03.04. Lightman.
They were desperately trying to get as much pace as they possibly could. And Lightman was holding on to the pole of his guide, Marco Havran. It was a gamble they thought was worth taking in a desperate attempt to get inside the top 8. But critical time lost there.
Right at the end as well, that big sweeping bend into the home straights, and fortunately for Lightman, that's going to cost him an awful lot of time, not just the incident itself, but also hasn't carried the pace that many athletes will into the straights.
They're obviously cross-country skis as well, so they're not made for carving quickly around corners, so took a real gamble there.
Time of 3:51.71. He was behind by about a minute as well, so I think we can say that the incident there around the bend cost him qualification. It will be then that Linkinola in 8th position will go through to the semi-finals. Confirmation of Yushirang, and the time of 2:23 leading the way. The top 8 going through to the semi-finals, 2 semi-finals of 4. And Inkinila had a long wait, but safely qualifies by a good 9 seconds as well in 8th position. Will be to try and qualify for the final. Semi-finals to come.
Yes, the qualifications are now complete for all 6 of our events, which means the top 12, the top 8, depending on which competition it is, have been chosen. Will be the semi-finals and then the finals later today. Yes, the action's not over just yet. Plenty more excitement. We will have women's sprint sitting.
Confirmation of Shishkova there qualifying in 8th place for the women's sprint vision impaired semi-finals. Top 8 going through. Rectum well there. Managed to start the competition. Thoroughly enjoying the all-action nature of sprint qualification from the start to the finish as well. Supporting athletes, representing the flags that they are waving, but also giving tremendous support for the competition and every athlete who's been taking part, enjoying the glorious weather as well.
Bon appetit. Listen, sir. No, España. Habla español. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? Si hablas español, conoces a mujer español, si conoces a mujer español, entonces... Pero, hey, catalán, yeah. Hey, listen, you need the camera over there. If I put there myself, it's okay for you? Very good, man. Okay, grazie. Enjoy your sandwich.
Buena, se me dice que Sorry, it's moved the other position. Here.
Ma che è caduta? Non la vedo più, è caduta? È caduta, non c'è più. Sono stato sul dislivello.
Down, down.
sentire, forza! Dobbiamo far salvare gli spalti? arrivato con soltanto una zappa, ma avendo tanta creatività e determinazione ha imparato a usare la coda trasformando la sua diversità in un punto di forza. Forza tutti insieme per Milo! Arriva Milo! Non sapete che Milo sa ballare benissimo, ha delle mosse fantastiche. Milo can dance really well and he has some great moves to show you today.
until the start of our competition.
Ben ritrovati amici, mancano meno di 5 minuti all'inizio della gara, facciamoci sentire, siete pronti? Are you ready?
All of you out there in the stands, in the crowds, cheering on our athletes as we move on to our semi-finals now. All my qualifications underway. We completed semi-finals. Depending on which event we come through for a chance to take a Paralympic medal away from Milano Cortina 2026. Alberto, I'm very excited about this. Are you excited about this?
Sì, c'è grande emozione, adesso perché ci aspettiamo veramente delle semifinali e delle finali altalenanti, perché in 1000 metri circa ci si gioca tutto sul filo del 100°
It's almost time for all of us to get the event ready together. We're going to have a big countdown on the screen. So everybody take a look at the big screen in the stadium. Let's get ready to count down together and get this event underway. In 10,
9,
8,
7,
6,
5, 4, 3.
Competition is about to resume in the 6 cross-country sprint events scheduled for today. The qualification races have been run and the fields have been subsequently trimmed to set up an exciting session of semis and finals, and it's the women's sprint sitting semi-final number 1 that's about to get underway. And there are actually 6 sets of sprint medals to be decided, 3 finals each for the women and men sitting, standing and vision impaired classes. Conditions not easy. The snow in Val di Fiemme is struggling to get to the finish line, but the wonderful work crews in the mountains will make sure we get there together.
First semi-final of the women's sprint sit-in. 6 athletes will be taking part and 3 will progress through to the final. Njevika right there at the top. 24-year-old from Stuttgart, looking for a medal. Looking on the likes of Oksana Masters. Also, she'll want. It really is a very, very powerful first semi-final. Shiru, also from Norway, Andrea Liseth was the final athlete to qualify in 12th position, but has chances everybody else to get through to the final. It's all about getting through to the semi-finals, and here we have 2 semi-finals of 6 into 3.
And so they'll go away in a staggered start. The athletes with the greater impairment will go first. So in this first semi-final, that will be Njevika, followed by Barilla of Belarus and Norway's Lisette. Then Masters, Wang and Loban of the United States, China and Belarus.
All the athletes line up next to each other. It will be Vika to go first. It's warming up behind the start gates, ready for their semi-finals. Njevika, W10 athlete, sitting skier with eligible impairment affecting their legs. You can see from left to right, it will be Vika who will start. Lower limbs and trunk, athletes not able to control the trunk, pelvis and legs. LW10 to LW12, where athletes have extension power in at least one leg, and that creates force to propel the athlete forward.
So Vika is away. She has a 2-second start over Barilla and Lisette, who also are on course now. And Masters, Wang and Loban have to wait another 20 seconds before they're allowed to leave. And it creates a format of a pursuit. And our top 3 will be the first 3 across the line, as the factoring is taken into account at the very start. And doing all she can is Vika in front to try and hold them off. And the quick 3 at the back are away.
All 6 athletes now out on track. And over the first of only a very small amount of inclines on this very quick circuit of just over 1 kilometre. Anja Vicker powering up the hill.
Vicker so experienced, a lot of experience in those shoulders and between the ears. Very smart racer, very determined and looking to add to her Paralympic Winter Games medal tally. And she knows this format, she knows they'll be hunting her down, and she's just got to keep the eyes forward, not look over the shoulder to see who's coming. Just give it all she's got over 1,024 metres.
She led for an awful long time in the semi-finals in Beijing, and then ultimately in the final straight came in 6th position and failed to qualify for the final. And you can see it on screen. Well, the rest are starting to catch already as they go around the hairpin. And then back, they will turn and they will sweep left-handed eventually, and then it will be a big right-hand sweeping bend into the home straight and back into the stadium complex.
So Masters coming from the back of the field. He's in the fifth, number 1. And in 5, it's Lydia Loban. Vicker about to get past. As Masters goes around her outside, so Masters looks set to clinch one of the final places. Top 3 to go through. Masters doing it comfortably.
They're going very wide. Oksana Masters, knowing that she's got the pace to get past Vicker, doesn't want a collision. There's a slight incline before then that right-handed bend into the stadium complex. And there we see the overhead shot. Masters going clear. Vicker on the downhill section now. And she'll have competitors in behind. Shiru Wang, who finished at 4th in Beijing, looking good to qualify here, but it's Oksana Masters out in front and will easily qualify for the final. Vicker will go through as well, and Wang Shiru is clear of the rest in 3rd.
So a pretty clear 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Masters just easing her way across the line. It's not long until the final, so anything she can keep in reserve. Likewise for Vicker and for Wang Shiyu, missing out Loban, Lisette and Barilla. No real surprises there.
Very impressive from Oksana Masters. Anja Vicker was the target out in front. Once Masters went by, went very wide again, just avoiding any possible collisions with Anja Vicker. And then back into the delighted Shiru Wang qualifying, and by a very wide margin. There was a full 5 seconds behind Wang to the rest. Front 3 safely through to the final, but Oksana Masters obviously good.
Won't be long until we have our 2nd semi, but confirming the results for you. Masters, Vicker and Wang Shiyu going through to the final. The women's sprint sitting. We have athletes from Korea, Brazil, Germany, the United States and Canada in our next semi. And the 2 Korean athletes will lead them off. Han at 0, 2 seconds later, teammate Kim Yoon-ji. And Santos Rocha of Brazil, also on that 2 seconds. Then Escal, Zaino and Picton. So away goes Han. And then Kim and Santos Rocha. A 10-second break until Escal. Another 5 to Zaino, and off 24 seconds will be Christina Picton of Canada.
And digging those poles in as hard as she can, trying to propel herself forward. And you're straight away into an incline. The teenage star, Kim Yoon-ji, in behind from Korea. Being followed by the Santos as well. So
Kim is in 2. Santos Rocha in 3. Hahn in 6. And well clear at this stage, the way that the start worked out for them.
Rocker in front. Now, on the inside is Kim Yoon-ji. Going very wide was Han, and has cost herself plenty of time, and is starting to drop away from the front pair, and will be the first to be picked up by athletes starting later, the likes of Andrea Scal, Zeno, and Picton.
And Santos Rocha electing to stay out of the tracks, and it's a personal preference. You'll see a bit of both in the seated skiing. Big racing too we've got here between Kim and Santos Rocha.
A collision between the back of the skis from Kim and the front by Rocha. Didn't do any damage to the momentum from Kim Yoon-ji, who takes over. Kim Yoon-ji, gold medalist in the individual biathlon.
The champion in the sprint classic in Trondheim last year. So she's got sprint capacity.
Rocha is a world champion from 2023 from Östersund. So these front pair, they're helping each other by racing each other alongside for part of the way. They're both setting a searing pace.
So it's still Kim and Santos Rocha. And the battle's going to be on for the third qualifying place. That's how it looks at the moment. With the two in front just cresting that final rise. Kim and Santos Rocha looking good for a spot. Especially Kim, who seems to have plenty left. It's a hard push. They're giving it everything over this kilometre. Coming down to the line, looking good for it. Kim Yoon-ji, Republic of Korea, followed in by Elina dos Santos Rocha. They're clearly going to get there. Santos Rocha looks pretty pleased. Put together a good race. And they're rattling home 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. It's Andrea Eskau, a veteran from Germany, who claims that 3rd qualifying spot. Zaino and Hahn, not today for them.
Very, very straightforward for the front pair, and very impressive from Kim Yoon-ji, and also from the Santos Rocha as well. I think Rocha knew her position behind Yoon-ji was clear. Very impressive once again from Korean teenager Kim Yoon-ji. Rocha coming through clearly in 2nd, and then Andrea Eskau, 54 years young, her 5th Paralympic Winter Games, through to another final. He is a former world champion over the sprint distance.
Confirming it's Kim Yoon-ji of Republic of Korea, Brazil's Elina dos Santos Rocha, and Andrea Eskau of Germany progressing. Women's sitting sprint final.
As before, they will start the first 3.
First of the men's semis, not far away. Brazil well represented here. Christian Westermeyer Ribeira, Aaron Pike of the United States, Kravchuk, Ukraine, Wang, China, Alexic, and Taras Rad of Ukraine. Ukraine have 5 competitors across the 2 semis. Get through these 6 semi-finals fairly briskly.
Westermeyer Ribeira was very, very impressive, qualifying for the semi-finals. Mike and Kravchuk will be in the start gates at the same time with Westmeyer Ribeira. Wonder whether the Brazilian will go out very, very strong here and look to dominate from the front. Pike looking over towards Ribeira. Athletes away and racing at the same time, and Westmeyer Ribeira has gone very quickly. Far side on the right of your screen, right of the three, and the Brazilians in front already.
Well, we're set for a chaotic semi-final here. 3 athletes go away on 0, and then 10 seconds back to 1, China, and the 2 other Ukraine athletes, Aleksik and Taras Rad. So 2 races at the start, if you like. 3 going away together, and then the second 3. And Westmeyer Ribeira in bib number 1. And Pike close behind. We'll get back to Vasil Kravchuk of Ukraine. The second 3 starting to haul them in already.
Now the plan for Aaron Pike is to try and live with the pace of Ribeira as long as he can. Failed to qualify for the final by finishing 6th in the semi-final in Beijing. Can he just keep tabs with the very pacey Christian Westmeyer Ribeira? Because he knows the rest are chasing, and they're closing on Aaron Pike in second place. In front, Ribeira may well have this sewn up already.
So he has it ahead of Pike, and the 10-second gap that they had at the start of the race has all but disappeared under some pressure. Wang Tao in 4. It's still Westmeyer Ribeira. He's got them covered at the moment. In fact, he seems to be increasing his lead. The Brazilians moving nicely, and smallest of glances over the shoulder, and just negotiating this bend. Oh, it was nearly an incident at the back. Loss of control there.
Very awkward for Taras Rad. He was trying to get up the inside between runners. Now he's got an option to go between athletes, and he's found the groove in the centre, Taras Rad, wearing number 9.
So it was Kravchuk at the back who nearly came unstuck around that bend. He's still in the race, but well off the pace at the back of the field. As down comes Westmeyer Ribeira with Aaron Pike holding on at that pace. So they're going to make it. Brazil and the United States going across first and second. And who gets third? Wang was second, in fact. Not Pike, either. Wang, Aleksik, second and third, and Pike back in 5th. Beg your pardon.
Very close between the Ukraine athletes, Taras Rad and Alexander Aleksik, who made a mistake before the final bend. And at the time, I thought it might have ruled out Aleksik, but he's got momentum going. And then when Taras Rad made a slight error coming into the straight and eventually found racing room, that's when Aleksik, who was on the far right, nearest to the stands, he came through to finish in 3rd as, well, Christian Westmeyer Ribeira knew he was clear, and a little sign to the rest, pointing at number 1. He's number 1 in qualifying for the semi-final. He's number 1 in the semi-final. Will he be number 1 in the final?
Aleksik pretty happy too as he looked back to see who was going to finish behind him. It's Brazil, China and Ukraine through Westmeyer Ribeira, Wang and Aleksik progress. Start list for the second of the men's sitting sprint semi-finals. Shimko of Ukraine, Zheng Peng of China, Cole Cameron of Canada, Pavlo Baal of Ukraine, Kazakhstan's Yerbel Kamitov, and Liu Zishu of China. Shimko will go at 0. 10 seconds later, Zheng Peng. At 14, Cameron and Baal will go, and at 20 seconds, Kamitov and Liu Zishu.
Very strong
First 3 to go through to the final.
Champion from 2022. Peng, China, looking to qualify for another Paralympic Winter Games sprint final.
Away goes Shimko on 0, and a 10-second wait now, and an anxious one for Zheng Peng. Peng is away. And then at 14 we'll have Cameron and Bal. Colin Cameron and the enormous arms. Then Yegor Kamatov and Liu Zishu are going at the back.
There'll be an awful lot of pace from towards the rear coming through. The likes of Kamatov, it's a real medal chance. World champion 3 years ago in this discipline in Östersund. A very, very quick individual who has improved in his cross-country sprint performances tenfold after failing to reach the semi-finals in Beijing. He's improved to become a world champion since then.
Oh, and a near collision between Cameron and Zheng. Out front still Shimko trying to hold on. He was first away and still in front, but they are closing fast. This is Shimko doing all he can. Try and hold them at bay. That's Ukraine, China, Canada.
Colin Cameron nearly rested his full arms onto the snow, and they are big arms as well, but he's out in the open. Colin Cameron, right of his screen, wearing number 2, not using the grooves at all.
It's Kamatov coming through the middle of those two. Bal, a big putt.
Cameron, a bronze medalist in Beijing. Proven pace in the cross-country sprint discipline. Awkward as well for Kamatov, looking for room between athletes. He's found the room.
Oh, and there's a tumble. That's Liu Zishu. He's fallen literally out of contention.
Front 3 are clear then, and clear by 20 meters as they come over the final.
Kamatov's going to make it, so too Colin Cameron. And Pablo Bal in 3. Look around. There's a fast finish coming from Liu Zishu, trying to make up for that fall, but the line is too close. Kamatov, Bal, and Cameron go through, and a little slice of bad luck for Liu Zishu.
Smile on the face of Colin Cameron, knowing he can just coast over the line, and it's a case of what might have been for Liu Zishu, the gold medal winner in the individual biathlon here in Milano, and last athlete to finish will be the 2022 gold medal winner, Zheng Peng of China. Impressive from the winner of the second semi-final, Kamatov, continuing his good form since Beijing. There's a big chance of a medal in the final. Coasting over the line, the front 3. Kamatov impressive. Pablo Bal just looking over to see Colin Cameron, who was smiling over the line because he didn't have to work hard in the final 200 meters or so, because back in 4th, number 10, Liu Zishu.
He's got a distraught look on his face. Liu Zishu, what could have been, what should have been. Tumbled on the course, quickly back upright, but too late. Confirming that Kamatov of Kazakhstan, Bal of Ukraine, and Cameron of Canada are the first 3 through to the final in the men's sprint sitting. 3 through. Westermeyer, Ribera, Wang and Alexo are there already.
passate con la campionessa paralimpica del 2022 a Beijing.
Now an important non-starter is Alexandra Kononova in the first of the women's sprint stand-in semi-finals. Athlete from Ukraine will not be starting in semi-final 1.
Makes it a bit easier for the other 5. So 3 of 5 go through.
The 2 athletes from Ukraine, Irina Bui and Lyudmila Lyashenko. Natalie Wilkie of Canada, Sydney Peterson of the USA, and Zhao Yingjing of China. So it's a very, very strong first semi-final. Wilkie and Peterson will expect to go through. We're part of 4 athletes who qualified for the semi-finals by quite a margin from the others.
Zhao Jiqing will go at 0, LW 5.7. Followed by Peterson, Wilkie, Lyashenko and Bui all on 26 seconds. On the left of the screen in lane 5. Peterson will go from 2, Wilkie in 1, Lyashenko in 3.
Wilkie was the fastest to qualify for the semi-finals. Peterson was 4th fastest, only 2 seconds behind Wilkie, and those front 4 in qualification were 7 seconds clear of the rest. There is 4 who have been very quick here in Milano.
Zhao sets off, skis without poles, and has a 17-second margin before Peterson goes, and then a further 9 seconds back to the other 3. So Zhao will make the most of these opening moments and skip away clear. See if she can have a pressure-free race. Sydney Peterson is on the course for the United States. And then away go Wilkie, Lyashenko and Bui.
Peterson, the bronze medal winner in the sprint in Beijing. We'll be looking to catch the early leader, Zhao. Gets in the tuck position after the first of those very few bumps on this circuit.
Zhao, a silver medal in the individual biathlon event here. 8th in the sprint. Desperately unlucky to have an equipment failure in that individual event in the biathlon. She was in the lead until that problem, so chance to make up for it perhaps if she can move through to the final and do something there.
She knows that she's being chased on track by the likes of Peterson and Natalie Wilkie. Wilkie, the biathlon sprint silver medalist, gold medalist in the biathlon individual, still globe winner coming into these Paralympic Winter Games, and also a former finalist in the sprint category when it comes to cross country. Previous Paralympic champion from 2022. Won all 3 as well, qualification, semi-finals, and then the final. So you're being chased by plenty of pedigree, Zhao. And just moving off the grooves, trying to get a bit of purchase on those very thin skis.
Yeah, herringboning away up the slope outside of the tracks, not having poles to lean on. So different ways to do it, and she's being caught now. Peterson on the left of the track, and nearly a spill there for Zhao. bit of fatigue in the legs.
Combination of fatigue and also pressure, knowing that Sydney Peterson employing similar tactics, but to the near side, and also coming through number 1, Natalie Wilkie. And as they reach the brow of the incline, all of a sudden first becomes third for Zhao.
She can finish pretty quickly though. She's got good run in the skis. Wilkie has waltzed away with it. And from the back to the front for the Canadian star. Just has to safely negotiate this swift downhill right-hander and make her way to the line, and it looks like these three have it.
There's a huge margin back to 4th place, and these front three will easily coast into the final. But it's Natalie Wilkie, a very, very strong performance. Sydney Peterson will be fancying a medal in the final, but she can't live with the pace of Natalie Wilkie. Can anyone here in Milano? Wilkie through very comfortably.
She's in sparkling form, is Natalie Wilkie. She'll have her eyes on another medal. And Peterson 6 seconds behind. So Canada, USA and China. Zhao held on, as we thought she might after she got to the top of the hill. It was an easier job from there. Missing out is Ryoshenko and Bui.
Very impressive from the 2022 sprint champion, Natalie Wilkie. Canadian in tremendous form. 3rd Paralympic Winter Games. Has been exceptional in the build-up to Milano Cortina 2026. And she's carried that form into these championships, and, well, Natalie Wilkie has laid down a bit of a marker in these semi-finals.
There's 2 of the 3 back markers failing to qualify through to the final. But Natalie Wilkie, the 3rd of them, walks to the front. So it finished this way. Just reminding you, Kononova, not a starter. Wilkie, Peterson and Zhao, Canada, USA and China moving through.
Second semi-final. Canada, Emma Archibald. Catherine Marchand, very, very impressive in qualifying for this second semi-final.
Arovic go on 26 seconds along with Qual and Nielsen, China and Norway. Go Yuji and Vilda Nielsen. Archibald is away. 17 seconds until Marchand can join her on course. Arbe will go at 22 seconds, and the 2 back markers, Arovic and Qual, and then Nielsen goes at 36 seconds. So that's a lot of time to try to make up.
And Archibald, in the 1st Paralympic Winter Games, 22 years old, from Ottawa, one of the rising stars of the Paranordic program over in Canada. Plenty of top 10s leading up to the 2026 Paralympic Winter Games. And she's out in front in the 2nd cross-country sprint semi-final.
And Vilda Nielsen just leaving the start gate now. Asking a lot of it, but that's how the factoring works. And Nielsen, 23-year-old at her 3rd Paralympic Winter Games. Silver in the sprint in Beijing and Pyeongchang.
And Natalie Wilkie in Beijing. She'll get revenge here in Milano Cortina. So the lead of Archibald has been cut down narrowly by Catherine Marchand, who was ultra impressive in qualifying for the semi-finals. And she'll have the young Canadian as the first target, and it may well be the only one, because here comes Marchand, breezes past Archibald, and the athletes following, and they're following in a big group. It could cause its own problems, but they might well be looking at one athlete to try and catch, because Marchand is out in front and may well have already secured her place in the final.
Looks like a race just for that third qualifying spot. Although they bring up the hill somewhat is Archibald in 3. It's Marchand. And Qual in 10. And Nilsson has already got past a couple of the back markers there.
Very impressive from Vilda Nilsson, centre of your screen.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting finish. Closing in.
Oh, a stumble from Katarina Marchand. But it was only a slight stumble. May have just caught the back of the skis together. Interesting that both sides are being used rather than the grooves, or in between the grooves.
Marchand trying to hold a form now. And Nilsson giving them a 36-second start. At least Emma Archibald has come to the front.
And looks a little bit unsteady coming into the now downhill section, which is sweep into the stadium. But she has reached the downhill part in front of the rest. And as long as Nielsen's just kept in contact with, the rest will struggle to catch Marchand. But here they come, not too far behind. And again, the front 3 will qualify. So it does look like it's a race for third place. But Marchand is quite slow over the final incline.
There's a look over the left shoulder and there's nobody there. So now over the right she can see the nearest contender. But the Norwegian comes across in 3 minutes 39.6. She goes through, as does Marchand.
Daniel Arovic will be very slow across the line, but it was already secure and punches the air in delight, Daniel Arovic. At one moment it looked like she might catch Marchand, but I think a glance behind realised there's no point in using a little bit of energy to come second. Third is secure, but that was very impressive from the overall winner, Vilda Nilsson, the silver medal winner from both Beijing and Pyeongchang. Wins the second semi-final, and Vilda Nilsson will be looking to turn those silvers into gold. Cruising across the line, started over 30 seconds behind the first athlete, Marchand, who managed to rescue the situation, looked quite untidy up the steep incline, and also, as she got herself together at the top before entering the downhill section, again looked a little bit unsteady, but Catherine Marchand is safely through as well.
And Arovic pretty pleased also to make it through, along with Nilsson and Marchand. Archibald, Barbe, well, another day.
Confirmation of the semi-final through to the final competitors in the women's standing.
First of the men's semi-finals in the standing category. France, Germany, Japan, Ukraine and Belarus in this one. 2 for France in Carl Tabouret and Benjamin Davier. Davier, a regular feature on our screens over the years, French veteran. Can he make another final? Tabouret will go first. 4 at 11 seconds, and Svedzenka of Belarus will go last. Away we go then in the first of the men's semi-finals in the standing classification. And Tabouret will look to build a lead if he can in LW3, followed by Sebastian Marburger of Germany, who's at LW2. And then Svedzenka at the back at 19 seconds. And they're all on course.
Tabouret is a cross-country sprint world champion coming into these Paralympic Winter Games. He has a lot of pace out on the snow, slightly erratic when it comes to the biathlon. That'll come in time. He's only 22 years old. First Paralympic Winter Games, out in front in this semi-final.
He's a sprinter and he's got distance in his legs too. Silver in the 10K at the World Championships last year for Tabouret.
Back in second, wearing number 1, Sebastian Marburger, Germany, 28 years old. Fantastic in qualifying for the semi-final. First Paralympic Winter Games, part of always a very strong relay World Championship winning German squad. Can he do it on an individual level? Well, he was fastest coming into the semi-finals, and he's already passing Tabouret.
Tabouret and Marburger. And then Grahun. Nita, the Japanese veteran. Can't wait to get to the top of this hill, spot the finish line and just go.
Different technique from Marburger, but very, very efficient, and gets to the top first and accelerates away. The front 3 are clear of the rest. Can Davier pick up any of these front 3? He's currently in 4th position, around 30 meters down. Marburger just avoids a bit of an incident coming into the straights.
Up on one ski for a couple of scary seconds, but he's controlled it.
Davier's closing in 4th and closing quickly. Marburger out in front. Davier has picked up his fellow French athlete Tabouret. Going to be Marburger to safely go through to the final. Another very impressive performance from Sebastian Marburger. And he goes through in 2nd place. Davier easily picks up 3rd.
He was just 1 second ahead of Tabouret in the end. Nita faded slightly.
I think very, very impressive as well. No, I think knew from an awful long way from home that the front 3 was safe and rather eased up somewhat, along with Marsberger. And it doesn't matter who really in front, just in the...
Svetsenka just throwing the foot forward just to make a gentle point.
Nonchalantly, I'm going to take this semi-final. That'll go on my record.
I won. So Svetsenka of Belarus, Marburger Germany, Davier France qualifying for the final. Who will join them? We'll find out shortly with the second of the semi-finals in the standing, where we have Japan, Poland, Canada, China, Norway and the United States. Great spread of nations across these 2 semi-finals. Oyoke of Japan and Skupien of Poland will go first. 17 seconds later, Mark Arends of Canada, then Tsai Jiayun, picking up gold medals left and right here at these games. Kjartan Haugen of Norway, and then Jack Berry, also on 28 seconds with Haugen.
Wide open semi-final number 2. Haugen, who will go off 28 seconds behind Karaoke. Skupien, who was a sprint gold medal winner in Vancouver 2010. Competing way back in 2010, but you go back further, was a competitor in Nagano in 1998, and we're off in the second of the men's standing semi-finals.
Frenetic start from Karaoke. He is really hammering it in these opening meters.
The way that the draw has panned out, the likes of Karaoke will be looking for a place in the final. Jack Berry, the teenager from the USA, and Skupien as well. This is a very wide open. Mark Arends. Now, the 5th Paralympic Winter Games for Marc Arens, who's an absolute star, silver in the individual biathlon here in Milano Cortina. 2 Paralympic Winter Game gold medals in previous games, but when it comes to the sprint distance, it's not his favourite distance, prefers further. So even with a record as illustrious as his, it still is a wide open second semi-final.
And the karaoke tempo is unbelievable. He's maintained almost running around the course, and the closest to him is Skupien still. And back to the pursuing 4. I like the pace of karaoke. Can he maintain it? Has he got the stamina? He's leaving nothing out there.
Really has gone quickly and understands that this is a golden opportunity to get through to a Paralympic Winter Games final. Making a lot of progress is Haugen, who moves in front of Skupien, and the experienced Haugen quickly into his stride up the hill and into a good position. Other athletes realizing that actually they're not in the best position, but they've already gone 10 meters up the incline.
Karaoke showing tremendous fitness. This is an exhausting style he adopts, but it's effective for him. He's going to crest the hill first, and there's a fall. Was that Haugen?
Haugen has fallen.
Oh, he'd had such a good race the last 30 seconds or so, where he'd overtaken 3 or 4 rivals, and he may have just tumbled out of the race.
Karaoke in front, just manages to get a little bit of a breather in. Now, just got to be careful around these bends. It's been very, very tricky. He's done all the hard work so far. Very thin skis. Can he just keep it together, Karaoke, and get through to a final? Haugen's back in contention, but he's back with one more to try and pick up in 4th place.
So Karaoke has got company, but he'll be safe. In 6th, that's Tsai Jia-yun.
Karaoke trying to pick up more pace. Is he going to be caught for 3rd place? Through comes Haugen. Karaoke's going to have to dive for the line now.
He misses out. He looks so safe at the top of the hill, and then not. A fast finish from Haugen, who fell. Unbelievable semi from Haugen.
Karaoke 1.3 seconds behind Sai Arensted in 2nd. Haugen's picked up 3rd place and that final qualifying position. It would have been a lot simpler but for the stumble on the incline, and Karaoke.
I wonder if he misjudged that. I think he may have thought he was safe, or he just simply hit the wall after giving it so much. First 800 meters.
Sai knows he's going to go through. Karaoke, far side, sprint into the line, but it's Haugen through. The gold medal winner from Vancouver in 2010 through to another sprint final. Heartbreak for Karaoke.
Yes, the run of the skis. Too much for Karaoke to see off, so Sai, Arens and Haugen go through.
Stiamo preparando quindi, signori, per la prima delle 2 semifinali della categoria regionale per sprint classic donne. Per ciascuna semifinale ci saranno 4 atlete.
Marburger, Haugen and Sai.
Le loro guide, prima semifinale con grandi nomi, una medesima sfida con Simona.
First 3 times there. We're going to move on to the vision impaired category now.
First of the women's vision impaired sprint semi-finals. 4 athletes in each of the 2 semi-finals, and the first 2 will progress through to the final. Each athlete with their guide. Semi-final 1. First athlete to get underway will be Simona Miskova, who has been very impressive getting through to these semi-finals. Silver medal of the biathlon individual in Milano Cortina. And the 17-year-old already is a sprint silver medal winner in the World Championships a year ago. She will lead them off, and will be Walter of Germany 18 seconds later. Song and Shiskova both 23 seconds later. Underway in the first of the women's VI cross-country sprint semi-finals. And Simona Miskova is underway, and Walter, Song and Shiskova, well, they're going to try and give chase to Simona Miskova, but Miskova may already be too far in front. She has been ultra impressive, but it's only the first two who go through, 2 from 4.
Bubinitskova showed us plenty of pace in her biathlon events. And Bubinitskova, David Strutek, guide, Czechia pair, well clear at the moment. Bubinitskova in that #1 bib. Leonie Walter of Germany, her guide, Christian Krasman, carrying the 4 bib. Bubinitskova doing it comfortably at the moment, right on the tail of her guide, David Strutek. And look, they've got a 50-metre lead over the 2nd, 3rd and 4th competitors. Can she hold her form?
Bubinitskova being chased by the silver medal winner from Beijing, Shiskova, and 4th place, Leonie Walter. So there's plenty of pedigree on the skis in behind Simona Bubinitskova, but a slight stumble. So she quickly gets out of those grooves and onto the preferred surface, it seems, on the incline.
Leonie Walter, 4 bib, just starting to get some pressure from Song and Shiskova. So it's all about that 2nd spot. At the moment, there's another stumble out the front from Bubinitskova.
He's not wanting to be in those grooves at all when it comes to the incline. And in the VI category, that means communication from guide to athlete, but it's a sprint. It all comes rather quickly. And in an aim to get to the end in a hurry, all of a sudden you can maybe just take an extra step or 2 in the grooves and cause many problems. But Bubinitskova, she negotiated that error very quickly and moved to her left out into the better snow, and has a bit more traction and the preferred surface on the incline, and is leading, although
she's had a tumble. She had, in these downhill sections, as you're allowed to do in the VI classes, had connection with the guide through the pole, but lost that.
And that's on the quickest part of the track, and well, can they take advantage? Song nearly leaves the track.
Oh, and then nearly a collision at the back as well. It's a chaotic first semi-final for the women in the VI.
Leonie Walter out in front. In 2nd place is Song. So Walter will go through. The chaos was at one moment in front and then behind her. And it's going to be Song in 2nd. So a real shock in the first semi-final with Walter and Song going through. Bubinitskova had every opportunity, a slight stumble up the incline, but on the fastest part of the track, hits the deck, gets to her feet quickly, but couldn't recover the situation and is out in the first semi-final.
Here's what happened at the front. Just overbalanced, leaning forward, and that allowed Walter to cruise through. At that point, Walter was under pressure from those behind, but then there was more trouble. And Walter, a little fortunate, and Song joining her in going through to the final.
Well, that is a real shock. One of the favourites for the gold medal is out in the first semi-final. Confirmation, Leonie Walter going through, 8 seconds clear of Song Ji-hong, and then Simona Brunichkova and Oksana Shishkova both out.
See why there's only 4 in the semi-finals. With the 4 guides, there's a fair bit of traffic. Here's the second semi-final. The field: Anastasia Bagian of Russia, Anita Coburn, Poland, and Kazmaier of Germany, and Maddie Mullen of Canada.
And the news from that first semi-final will have filtered through already, and there could be athletes here as they're off and racing who will now be thinking, if they get through, there's not only a chance of a medal, but the gold medal is wide open. But they've got to get there first. Let's concentrate on getting to the final.
So Bagian is away. Next is Anita Coburn of Poland on 18 seconds, and the last pair, Kazmaier and Mullen, will go together at 23, and they are away. So it's Russia, Poland, Germany, and Canada in this one. The guide for Bagian is Sergei Sinyakin. Constant communication with his athlete. And so Bagian is in bid 2. And leads it after that 18-second margin she had at the start, and still has managed to protect most of it. As they make their way along this flatter section. She's back into the tracks now, is Bagian.
Bagian, the first is a left-hand hairpin, then you're into a right-hand hairpin. Back again left before the incline, where we've seen plenty of issues so far.
Bagian a third in the sprint at the 2022 World Championships. It's the pursuing pack.
And Kazmaier on the far left, making very good headway on the outside of athletes. And Kazmaier, bronze medal winner in Beijing.
Bagian trying to hold her form. Skis slipping a little underneath her.
Choosing to go up the slope with the grooves. Well, it's not proved popular being in those tracks. Guide may tell in Bagian and find the snow on the outside or in between those lanes, as you would have it, that have been ploughed up the hill.
Bagian in that classic technique. Still holding them off. Margin shrinking.
It's very impressive from Bagian. I would have thought it would have been an option to move on to the fresher snow. As you can see, all the other athletes are choosing, but no, she's managed to negotiate the incline, and now downhill just needs to keep it together, and I think we'll go through safely.
Kazmaier, closest pursuer.
And Kazmaier's 19-year-old, who was 15 when winning the bronze in Beijing, looks safe in second at the moment, barring any mishaps. Let's make sure we put that into the equation as well.
Plenty in that first semi-final, so this is the kind of event where the guides really have to be aware and work hard to protect their athlete and navigate the traffic. But down to the line, leading from start to finish in this second semi, Anastasia Bagian and guide Sergei Sinyakin have done a fine job. So through goes Bagian, and across the line in second indeed is Kazmaier.
Race on for third place. First two will go through only. Will be Maddie Mullen, teenager from Canada, who finishes in third, of Belgrade of Poland. Mullen, great race, but will not progress through to the final. Will be just for the front pair, and an impressive winner, Anastasia Bagian, managing to easily fend off the bronze medal winner from Beijing, Lynn Kazmaier, who may have just been keeping something in reserve.
I guess the advantage for the athlete away first is that there's no traffic in front to negotiate, try to get past. So it was indeed Bagian of Russia and Kazmaier of Germany to go through. Beautiful day to be at the venue in the Val di Fiemme. Again, Kazmaier, Volta and Song will be our finalists in the women's vision impaired. As we move on to the men's, and again 2 fields of 4 with the 4 guides, of course. Yu of China, Qual, Norway, Bold of Germany, guided by his brother Jacob, and Inki Inola of Finland. They all go together. This is interesting. Go at the same time. So there will be a bit of potentially some chaos.
Yeah, quite rare that all 4 will go at the same time. Yu Shuang, who finished 4th in the semi-finals in Beijing. Inola going without a guide. We're away and racing, all 4 away and racing.
And let's see if they can keep themselves out of trouble. As Inola just settles in at the rear of the field. So the 3 guided athletes in front of him. Up this first incline they go, and it's hard work for everyone.
Another very, very open looking semi-final. First 2 to go through once again to the final.
Yu Shuang wants to move to the inside of that curve, and his guide, Shang, is inside, follows him across, follows but in front. And drifting to the back and staying there, unfortunately, Inki Inola, so he's got quite a bit to do, the Finn, if he's to make the top 2. Need a fast finish.
Thomas Oxel of Norway, used to these crowded, bunched fields, being part of the bronze medal winning relay Norwegian team in Beijing. It's all new for Theobald, but he's got a good semi-final here. Real chance of progressing. Inki Inola at the rear of the field, just being left behind somewhat by 5 to 6 meters as they reach the incline.
Yu Shuang just has a slight stumble as he realigns himself behind his guide, but the Chinese athlete's still slightly in front, and then it's Thomas Oxal, and then Theobald and Inki Inola.
Theobald at the moment just keeping tabs on Yu Shongwan in front of him, just moving again to his left, and he's really on the back of the skis of Oxel, very close, a little bit too close for my liking. Oxel then moving into the grooves, ready to go downhill. Very, very impressive from Oxel. But not far behind is the young German athlete Theobald as they go downhill towards the stadium.
So Yu Shuang, Thomas Oxal. And Theobald has lost his guide. Just the 2 guides out there now, so something's happened to Jacob Ball.
Theo has got 10 meters or so to try and make up. The guys look behind, and I think their confidence for Yu Shangwang and Thomas Oxel. Theobald trying his hardest, but will be in 3rd place. Oxel and Yu Shangwang go through. Theobald without his guide, just only a 1.1 seconds behind Oxel, and then Inki Inola in 4th place.
I must assume that Jacob Bold, Theo's brother and guide, had a tumble, and, so he's done well to finish upright as Theo. As NS3's impairment, it's not the greatest in the vision impaired category.
Just watching those replays, you see how close that was. And as I say, it's the 3rd screen that we had today that started all together when it came to the semi-finals.
So again, a semi-final not without incident. Oxal and Yu Shuang going through. followed by Theobald and Inki Inu. Rattling through these semi-finals, vision impaired sprint.
Crowd enjoying the sunshine, and they'll be enjoying this second semi-final with Sebastian Modin, Jake Adikov, Micho Suako. Alongside Peter Kowalski will be the 4, which will go into 2. We will go through to the final, and we have Jake Adikov in this second semi-final, 4th Paralympic Winter Games appearance and the silver medal winner from Beijing, and a strong favourite to finish in the front pair.
Sebastian Modin will go first, and then Adikov, Suako and Gabowski go at 20 seconds. And we've seen over the years a lot of Sebastian Modin. He's accumulated 4 silver and 4 bronze Paralympic Winter Games cross-country medals, including a silver in the sprint in 2018.
Sebastian Modin was one of the brightest talents to emerge in any era of cross-country paraskiing. As a 15-year-old, won a bronze medal in Vancouver in the cross-country sprints. That's an awful long time ago. He's only 31. But Modin finds himself in another semi-final.
So Sebastian Modin, guided by Emil Talsi, they are on their way, looking for that place in the semi-final. Just the 2 to go through. The rest all going together at 20 seconds now. So Adikov, Suako and Gabowski set out after Sebastian Modin.
I think the quickest start to date that we've had is from Peter Walter, the guide from Jake Adikov, very, very quickly away, trying to probably get in front of the other guides, in fact, wanting that Jake Adikov, or expecting Adikov to follow. Yes, you want to try and guide your athlete away from other athletes, but you've got to make sure that yourself is not going to cause any problems with other guides. We don't want that.
Yeah, they want to take possession of the neatest, cleanest, shortest line around the course. And if it's already occupied and you're shoulder to shoulder, somebody has to give way.
Adikov into second place already, and a very telling gap has already developed between Adikov and Kowalski and also Suako. And Adikov has just mowed him in front as they reach again that very steep climb, but Sebastian Modin is already at halfway.
Sebastian Modin trying to hold his form as pursuers. He'll be able to hear them.
Let's get 1 or 2 wanting to or electing to stay in those grooves quite early. Adikov was 1. Eventually he moves to the right. We're in number 3. A little stumble by Jake Adikov. Only got a couple more strides to get to the top.
Adikov and then Suako, still Modin in front, and he'll feel under his skis that he's towards the descent now. Grabs the pole of his guide Emil Talsi, and let's see what kind of pace they can keep. Adikov has lost touch with his guide there.
In third place, here's number 6, Dimitro Suako. And Modin, I don't think he's going to be too concerned with Adikov, who you would expect to come through. But back in third, this is who Modin will be worried about. Dimitro Suako, currently in third place, isn't making up the sort of ground that might cause problems for Modin, who's kept his form very well out in front. And he's going to fend off Adikov, it seems.
Well, they crossed the line together. Adikov by 0.3 of a second, in fact, ahead of Modin. It's a swift finish from the American. So Adikov and Modin through, and it's Suako and Gabowski.
A bit of a punch to the air then of Suako, as if to motion. Well, I couldn't do anything about the front pair. They didn't come back as quickly as maybe we thought. Excellent performance by both Adikov, but I think especially Sebastian Modin out in front on his own, being chased by 3 athletes. And apart from in the last couple of meters, was in front the whole way.
See the replay there of Modin coming in down the line. Jake Alikoff went, no, do you know what? I want to come first. He pushed in those final few meters and took the honour of first across the line for
Modin skied a good race, composure, well paced. Adikoff just catching him on the line. I don't know whether you successfully make a point by doing that, but if you do, then let's do it. Adikoff had plenty left. Adikoff and Modin through to the four-man final. 4 skiers and 4 guides makes it 8, of course, and we'll see how that final goes in a little while. We've got back to the top of the classifications now, and the women's sitting final coming up. Vika, Masters, Wang, Kim, Santos Rocha and Escal. First of all, there are our finalists for the vision impaired. Yu, Modin, Adikoff and Oksana. Plenty of Swedish supporters here. Don't have anyone in the women's sitting final, but they'll enjoy the racing nonetheless. It's just a great day to be watching sport, wherever you might be. Hope you're enjoying it too.
Final as we start moving into our final block. 6 more races, and from these we will have our 6 Paralympic champions in this event.
A hectic parade of finals in front of us. 2 in the sitting, 2 in the standing, 2 vision impaired, and here is the first of them. Anya Vika will go first, and then at 2 seconds, Kim Yun-ji and Santos Rocha of Brazil, then Escal, Masters, Wang. Can Masters mow them down? Will Wang be able to stick with Masters?
Fascinating final awaits Anya Vika. Starts, who finished 6th in the semi-final in Beijing, didn't qualify for the final, finds herself in a cross-country sprint final. Will be needing this final out. Far right of your screen, wearing number 4, Anya Vika. She knows there's an awful lot of pace coming from behind. Oksana Masters, Wang Shiru, teenage star Kim Yoon-ji, Santos Rocha, and the experienced Andrea Escal in another final. But first to go will be Anya Vika. Two is Yoon-ji Kim, 19 years old, gold medal winner of the biathlon individual, and is a cross-country sprint champion, world champion. She a Paralympic Winter Games champion. We'll find out shortly. Oksana Masters, most decorated US Winter Paralympian of all time, former in 2018 in Santos Rocha, 3rd Paralympic Winter Games, I think qualified for the final in Beijing. She is the world champion from 3 years ago. 5 is Wang Shiru, and Andrea Escal of Germany, 54 years old, 5th Paralympic Winter Games, the former sprint world champion.
Underway in the women's sitting sprint final, a 2-second gap Anya Vika enjoys, but then the field sets out after her with Kim Yun-ji in bib number 2, and this is a real test of her race composure, the youngest in the field. And the 2 at the back, Masters and Wang, sitting on 24 seconds. Can't wait to get out there, has Wang and has Masters. Do they still have the pace to catch the other 4? Well, they're sitting out after them now. And 3 together come across the top of the first rise. And Vika and Kim and 3, Santos Rocha. Santos Rocha is at the back of those 3. Vika has been passed by Kim Yoon-ji. Kim Yoon-ji, you know she's got great pace. She's got youth on her side, trying to make this race her own.
Kim Yoon-ji out in front. Vika with Santos Rocha in behind him, who just changed tactic, was going wide and then moved back to the inside. I think it may have cost her a metre or 2, and will have to move and get away from the grooves in behind Vika if she wants to overtake Vika into the next right-handed hairpin. But at the moment, looking strong out in front is Kim Yoon-ji. And she will know that back in 4th place is Oksana Masters, who is flying in 4th place as Kim Yoon-ji reaches the incline.
And Kim Yoon-ji already a gold at these games in the biathlon. And Masters in 1 has got a bit of traffic to negotiate before she can have Kim Yoon-ji fully in her sights. But Kim is doing her best to just put metres between herself and Masters. Masters now moving up and past 2nd and 3rd place. And now, there is the woman that Masters must catch.
Is it a case of Kim out in front? Kim Yoon-ji, can she fend off Masters? Has a race of 6 turned into 2. Kim wearing 2, Masters wearing 1. The gap was 40 metres at the start of the incline. As they finished the incline, Masters is now only 10 metres behind, and she's passed Kim before we've even got to the downhill section.
What a performance from Oksana Masters. She's taken control of this race. And 36-year-old Ukrainian-born American, 3 gold, 4 silver and 3 bronze in cross-country Paralympic Winter Games events, and another gold coming the way of Oksana Masters. What an athlete, what a performance, and yet another win for Oksana Masters. And Kim will claim the silver. A great race for 3rd and the bronze medal. And it goes to Wang, who crashes to the snow in exhaustion. Escal for Santos Rocha and Vika 4th, 5th and 6th. Well, I'm not sure anyone enjoys winning more than Masters, and she does it so often. She has a lot of fun.
Oksana Masters, 2026 Paralympic Winter Games cross-country sprint champion. That's what it means. Silver medal back in Beijing. She was champion in Pyeongchang. Oksana Masters, it's another gold.
Well, she's quite something. Kim Yoon-ji came 2nd. She had the lead for a good long while. She knew what was coming behind her, and there was just nothing she could do. Masters too quick.
Brilliant from Masters. But Kim Yoon-ji is having a tremendous 2026 Paralympic Winter Games. She knew the one person who was coming from behind was Oksana Masters, the great Oksana Masters, and Wang Shiru with a bronze medal collapsed to the ground after crossing the line. A fantastic bronze medal for Wang Shiru.
This was the moment. Masters just accelerated past Kim and had that moment even before the finish line to celebrate and enjoy.
2nd, Kim Yoon-ji, and 3rd place for Wang Shiru, 4th in Beijing. And as she crossed the line, she would have been dreading, I reckon, 4th place coming if somebody on the outside or inside, Escal, was coming late. But Wang Shiru, the heartbreak of 4th in Beijing, is replaced with the light of bronze in Milano Cortina. Confirmation of Oksana Masters The women's sprint sit-in gold medal winner. Silver for Kim Yoon-ji and bronze for Wang Shiru.
Men's sitting sprint final. Brazil, China, Ukraine, Canada and Kazakhstan represented in this one. And Wang Tao, 29-year-old from Shanxi, 5th in the sprint. Beijing, and looking to make history for Brazil, Christian Westmeyer Ribeira, 23-year-old. Start first, and then it'll be catch him if you can. And Kamatov, certainly a contender, 28-year-old, 3rd in the sprint at the 25 World Championships. And Pavlo Bal, 39-year-old from Ukraine. Alexander Aleksik, just 21, from Zakopatsky in Ukraine. And Yu Zishu, gold in the individual biathlon and bronze in the sprint. 2 medals already. So away goes Westmeyer Ribeira, and can they catch him?
Westmeyer Ribeira very, very quickly away, because history awaits Christian Westmeyer Ribeira going for gold for Brazil at the Paralympic Winter Games, and has built up a healthy lead already, and choosing to avoid the grooves, but he's being chased down by 5 very, very quick athletes.
Yes, Wang and Alex going at 10 seconds, his closest pursuers in the early stages, but Westmeyer Ribeira showed in his semi-final that he's a hard man to catch. He just digs in and refuses to be caught. Skiing across a couple of the tracks. In 3, we've got Pablo Bal, who's closest to him. And then we've got Wang Tao, and the rest of the field pretty close to Wang. Still Westmeyer Ribeira, but this one looks a tougher race for him to maintain the lead than his semi-final.
Very, very quick Pablo Bal in second, who's already on the back skis of Westmeyer Ribeira, who's leading, but Bal, whose career has shown he's better over the 10K and 20K, but he's gone very, very quickly here, and he's already taken Christian Westmeyer Ribeira's lead. Westmeyer Ribeira is fighting back up the hill.
Got a nice rhythm going as Pablo Bal, and as we mentioned, Westmeyer Ribeira just refuses to surrender the lead. Every time there's a challenge, he's responded, but they'll throw a blanket over the lot of them. It's going to be a great finish as the faster skiers at the back close in. Westmeyer Ribeira has got this one rise to negotiate, and then he can set off for the finish. But goodness me, what a finish it's going to be. Westmeyer Ribeira holding on.
Westmeyer Ribeira in front by only a couple of meters from Liu Zhu. Liu Zhu on the right of your screen, take it over from Westmeyer Ribeira. Liu Zhu comes through. Westmeyer Ribeira, what does he have left in the tank? It's going to be a gold for China and a gold for Liu Zhu. Second place and a silver medal for Westmeyer Ribeira. A historic silver medal and a bronze for Yervil Kamatov of Kazakhstan.
Oh, what a finish. Liu Zhu. They can't believe it, his support crew. The delight, you can just hear it.
Well, it's another gold for Liu Zhu to go with the gold in the individual biathlon, but again, a historic silver medal. Christian Westmeyer Ribeira, the first medal for Brazil in a Paralympic Winter Games. So close to gold.
Well, he led for all of the race except for the last 5 metres. But you know, I love to see that he's still delighted with the outcome. He's not disappointed. He's very proud, as he should be, of that silver medal. And so are the Brazilians here. They're thrilled to bits for that second place.
So close, only a second split in the front three, and a bronze medal for Yobo Kamatov, who excels in the sprint distance. And well, Kamatov, since disappointed in Beijing, he's been brilliant since, and he's got a bronze medal here. And it was in the last 5 to 10 meters where Liu Zhu just had that little bit extra, and Westmeyer Ribera had nothing left in terms of trying to reach and get back to Liu Zhu. All the momentum was with the China athlete on the near side, and well, it's a tremendous gold medal. 4th in Beijing. He would have been eager to rectify that, and he's turned a 4th into a gold.
Well, it felt like the last 5 metres, but in truth it was a little further out. And, China took the lead. Liu Zhu, what an athlete. So it's Liu Zhu of China, Christian Westmeyer Ribera, and then Yobo Kamatov, Brazil and Kazakhstan, 2nd and 3rd. Women's sprint standing is our next final. China, Germany, the United States, Canada, Norway. Danielle Autovich, the second of the Americans, joining Sydney Peterson in the final.
Paralympic Winter Games, women's standing sprint final, and this is power-packed, star-studded, and should be a thriller. Vilda Nielsen, very, very impressive in the semi-finals. Equally, if not more impressive, was Natalie Wilkie, looking for another sprint gold. Catherine Marchand avoided a few scares in the semi-final. Brilliant in the initial qualification. Danielle Aurovich, ultra impressive. And we'll be hoping for a medal here. What colour will it be? Zhao Jiqing will try and sprint clear at the start and build up a lead.
Zhao leads them away in the women's sprint classic standing. Peterson will go at 17 seconds, along with Katrina Marchand. Moves across to the left side of the track, and she sees it. The favoured side going into the first hill and bend. Wilkie to go at 26 with Aurovich. And sitting back, waiting and waiting is Vilda Nielsen, but she is super quick. She's hauled them in before, as she did in the semi-final. Can she do it again? And there are the distances between them. Zhao trying to just hold on to this lead, keep her form. Skis without poles, so the inclines are tough work. She's got great stamina, good technique, and serious determination.
Zhao out in front, knows that there's an awful lot of pedigree, of talent, and crucially in the sprints of pace that have started 30 seconds or so behind the likes of Natalie Wilkie, Sydney Peterson, and Vilda Nielsen. Don't rule out Catherine Marchand. But at the moment, Zhao continues to lead. In second place is Catherine Marchand, and the rest are starting to close up as Zhao working hard out in front.
Zhao, see the distress on her face. She's really working hard. Still leads the field. She was closing in. And Nilsson Naschard of Germany is closest to her and drilling up beside her, in fact.
Hilda Nilsson in third place and looking very threatening in fourth place at the moment. That fourth will turn into third shortly. Sydney Peterson was on the right of your screen. That was Sydney Peterson electing to move away from the three lines of grooves, going a different way to the rest, choosing to avoid competitors on the inside, Marchand, and also the very, very quick Vida Nilsson, and Natalie Wilkie now is on their skis.
But here comes Nilsson through the middle of them all, and at this stage you have to favour her. She is the quickest of the lot, and she's already forcing her way to the front. She'd like her chances now, just has to hold her form, and she could really get away with this one. As she crests the rise, she's the fastest in the field, and she's already in the front. This will be a very comfortable run to the line, potentially, for Hilda Nilsson.
Hilda Nilsson has built up a lead here. Natalie Wilkie, who would have wanted to have been closer to Nilsson on the incline, could well be too far back to reel in the Norwegian. Doing her best, slightly unsteady by trying to go as quick as she can.
Nilsson, twice a silver medalist in the sprint, Beijing and Pyeongchang, but now is about to make amends, surely, as she comes towards the line, pushing hard, and also, as is Wilkie, Peterson behind her, but it is all Nilsson. Takes that long-awaited gold in the sprint, then Peterson, and she is delighted, then Wilkie. So a bronze for Wilkie to go with her biathlon gold, then Machon and Zhao. Nilsson just made that race her own. And Rich fading to finish in sixth spot. Special moment for the winner, Hilda Nilsson.
Very impressive from Nilsson, halfway up the incline, deciding that she was in the wrong position, realised that she was going to pick up the two athletes that were in front of her before she got to the crest of the hill. Effectively then choosing to switch right across to the near side, away to her right, veering across. It might have looked slightly awkward, but it was all on purpose, because she knew she was going so quick. She would have the inside line now to start the downhill section.
A classy moment from Natalie Wilkie, who came over to Hilda Nilsson and said, "I'm so happy for you." Also happy is Sydney Peterson, picking up silver medal. And Natalie Wilkie gets third.
Not quite the competition for Natalie Wilkie. This is where Nilsson went around the outside of Marchand there, just veers across, knows that she's not going to be caught on the incline, and got the best possible start to the descent into the stadium, and there was no catching the Norwegian.
A scream of delight from the Norwegian. A smile from Peterson. Some great sporting spirit displayed there. Nilsson from Peterson and Wilkie. Norway, the United States and Canada, gold, silver and bronze in the sprint standing for the women.
The men's sprint standing classic cross-country final. Yeah, Milano Cortina 2026 Paralympic Winter Games. And these are the 6 athletes. Canada, Mark Lorenz, Sai Jiayun of China, Sebastian Marsberg, Germany, Benjamin Davier of France, Hagen of Norway. Arends of Canada. Marsberg has been very, very fast on the Tesserol Stadium complex. Part of a relay gold in the World Championships 3 years ago. 5th in the World Championships coming into these Paralympic Winter Games. Is he going to add a gold medal to that list? Mark Arends excelled over a further distance in the past. And then Benjamin Davier. Wide open, the men standing.
And away they go, and the men standing, and it's Mark Arends. And quickly joined on course by Marberger and Davier. And Haugen, who had a fall in his semi-final and still made it through. And they climb out of the stadium. Still beautiful conditions. Cicero. Marberger. From Davier.
Venska as well, who actually took the semi-final. A few coasted home in the end, but technically was the fastest in the semi-final to come through to this final. And he's currently back in 4th place and should not be ignored when it comes to a medal conversation. It is a really open-looking race. This should be a fantastic finish. Now, Sebastian Marsberger is leading by a couple of meters from Benjamin Davier, who started really quickly. Davier just needs to keep it together. Davier, who elects to try and march up the hill, with Sebastian Marsberger continuing in a more classical style for the first few meters of the incline.
So Marberger and Davier both went at 11 seconds together, but Marberger just skiing a little more efficiently at this stage. He maintains the lead. Quickly catching the field. So Denska is taken the lead, in fact, from Marberger, and he is looking very quick. He's scuttled up that ascent in impressive style. And Roman Svidenska of Belarus now looks the one to catch.
Well, Svidenska has gone from 4th to 1st in a heartbeat, trying to keep tabs on Svidenska. Is Marsberger looking a little bit awkward in 2nd place, trying to carry as much pace as possible. Davier is back in the field, but Roman Svidenska is in front. Sebastian Marsberger trying to keep it together for the silver, but it's going to be gold to Roman Svidenska, leading by 5 or 6 meters. And the cross-country standing champion, Roman Svidenska. Gold medal, silver for Sebastian Marsberger, and a bronze for Benjamin Davier. Svidenska, a golden performance, collapses to the floor in delight and exhaustion. Marsberger just about kept it together for the silver medal on 2 or 3 occasions late on. Davier was there to pick up the pieces, but it will be a bronze for the French athlete. Gold, though, for Svidenska.
As he crossed the line in celebrating, he punched the air, lost his balance and fell to the snow, but that was all right. The finish line was behind him. And a 21-year-old from Belarus. 9th in the sprint at the World Championships in 2022. Marberger, 2nd place. 28-year-old.
Marberger has been very quick in the qualification semi-finals and final. Almost too quick for his own good late on. The gold medal was gone, and he's done extremely well, because Benjamin Davier must have looked at Marberger in front of him on 2 occasions and wondered whether he was going to end up on the floor and Davier to come through for a silver.
This was the moment, really, when he took control of the race. Svidenska breezing past Marberger. Marberger nearly fell out of 2nd place. If he'd gone to the snow there, he wouldn't have got the silver, but he somehow kept his balance. Svidenska. Yes, stumps the chest, punches the air, and down he goes. That's all right. It's gold. A golden fall. Marburger and then Davier. Davier now with 7 Paralympic Winter Games medals. Svidenska the gold, Marburger the silver, and Davier the bronze. On to our next final, the women's sprint vision impaired. 4 in the final. Should have Germany, China, Russia. And there's 2 from Germany, in fact, Kazmaier and Volter. Anastasia Bagian of Russia. Germany's Leonie Volter and Lynn Kazmaier. And from the Republic of China, Song Jihong. Saw a couple of chaotic semi-finals in this vision-impaired category as the guides tried to navigate their athletes to the lead and around rivals. So we'll hope for a clean race.
That lineup will be sent off in interval times. 4 is Leonie Volter. It will be Anastasia Bagian, Kazmaier, and Song Jihong will be nearest to our current position. To left. It's all ready for the women's VI cross-country sprint Paralympic Winter Games final.
Leonie Volter. 2-year-old, 4th in the sprint in Beijing. Anastasia Bagian in her semi-final, led from start to finish, looked very good, held the form beautifully throughout. Would not be caught. Song Jihong. Lynn Kazmaier. Kazmaier, 3rd gold and silver, 3 gold and a silver in cross-country World Championships. And there is Song. Song and Kazmaier will go last. Underway in the Women's Sprint Classic vision impaired. Running off to the left there before the start. Song. Anyway, we've got Bagian out on course with guide Sergei Sinyakin, and they look very good in their semi-final.
I think it was a case of Song may have actually started accidentally and went into the back of her guide at the start. So she's got 23 seconds to compose herself again and away and racing. So all competitors underway then in the final. But yeah, drama at the start, but we're now going to put that behind them and try and chase the leader.
That leader is Bagian of Russia. Instructions coming from Sergei Sinyakin. Keep her on track.
Huge lead for Bagian. But the rest will make inroads. Volter wearing 4, and wearing 3, Kazmaier. 2 athletes from Germany, 3rd and 4th in the Beijing sprints. And they'll be both looking for medals here.
Let's hope the officials don't have to make any kind of negative decision about Song's little mishap at the start. I mean, she regathered herself, went back to her proper starting position, but they almost deem it as a false start, except she went back and started at the correct time. So we'll hope that's all fair and good. But she's at the back of the field at the moment as Bagian, Walter and Kazmaier hold down the first 3 spots. Conducting this final as she did the semi, where she just refuses to give any ground to the pursuers. Walter and Kazmaier the closest of them, and they're a fair way back.
Song at the rear. It's the first Paralympic Winter Games for Song Ji-hong. Maybe just a little bit of excitement and experience, but she's certainly put that behind her, because she's on the skis, in fact, going past Walter at the rear. Yeah, in 4th place, the only Walter just struggling at the moment. So Ji-hong is on course for a medal. But what colour at the moment? Anastasia Bagian is over the brow of the hill and will be now going downhill towards the stadium and towards a gold medal. And we can't see a rival behind her yet.
So the 24-year-old Russian from Perm, who's 3rd in the sprint at the 22 Worlds, is on her way, and still with a handy lead.
Where are the others? She's on her own on the downhill section. Anastasia Bagian.
She's actually extending the lead. And as in the semi-final, first out, first home. Looks like if she's going to do it for sure, she's going to come down to the line. Anastasia Bagian and guide Sergei Sinyakin have absolutely owned this final. The Women's Sprint Classic, vision impaired, is going to go to Russia. And Anastasia Bagian by a monstrous margin. The race is certainly on for 2nd and 3rd. And silver will go to Walter from a teammate, Kazmaier. And then Song. Wow. What a performance.
It was copy and paste from the semi-finals. Replicate what you did in the semi-final and you'll be in with a chance. I think it was a better performance in the final. Right. Bagian of Russia. It was a domination from the start to finish. As she came downhill, all of a sudden you're looking behind her to go, well, where's Walter and where's Kazmaier? And they were just not on screen. And then it turned into a tussle between the pair for the silver medal. And it was Walter who gets the silver medal, improving from her 4th place in the sprint cross country in Beijing. She'll be delighted to get a medal here, and it will be a silver medal. Absolutely nothing she could do with the gold medal performance. That was something very, very special from Bagian, who had all the time in the world to celebrate and still crossed the line over 8 seconds in front.
Yes, time to enjoy the win. You see all sorts of kinds of races and events. Sometimes they're close, sometimes they're not, and they're all special at this level. Bagian won't forget. And the German 2-3, silver and bronze, Walter and Kazmaier.
Walter improving to finish in 2nd from Beijing 4th. Bagian confirmed gold medal. Walter the silver, and then Kazmaier, the 2nd Paralympic Winter Games, a bronze medal in the cross-country sprint.
The weather has stayed kind to us, and we've got just this one final to come. It's the men's sprint vision impaired classic. Classic technique as opposed to the free technique. Moden of Sweden, Adakov, United States, Oksal of Norway, and Yushuang of China.
Thomas Oksal of Norway, with Gail Lervik as a guide. Bronze in Beijing in the open relay, part of a very strong Norway relay, but this is all about himself and his guide. Jake Adikov looking to go one place better for a silver medal in Beijing. Yu Shuang of China, Zhang Shai the guide, Sebastian Modin, still only 31, and a sprint silver medalist from Pyeongchang.
Sebastian Modin will lead them away, and the others will all go at 20 seconds. Modin, see what kind of composure he can keep around the course. He just tended to fade a little under the strain of the effort in the semi-final, but still made the final. And he's been around the scene for long enough to know how it needs to be done. And setting off at a great rate. Yu, Oksal and Adikov.
For the men's VI sprint cross-country final, all athletes out on the course, and Sebastian Modin is setting the pace. Instructions being given. Emil Dalsi in front, his guide. Modin and into the grooves. In the groove in behind of all three, and they are going very quickly. Tomas Oksal going very quickly. Yu Shuang from the start, and Jake Adikov as well. Oksal at the rear, but at the moment, very impressively, Yu Shuang is approaching Modin. The gap is around about 15 meters still, but with that, Yu Shuang's flying towards the incline. It's going to disappear.
Only about an hour between their semi-final and final to rehydrate, restore the energy levels. Modin hit just side to side a little as he negotiates the incline. Modin and guide Emil Talsen, but they're catching him in the middle. Adikov in 3. Oksal.
All of a sudden, 3 at the front will turn into 2, and it will be Jake Adikov who will lead. What has Yu Shuang got left? It looks like Tomas Oksal will not be competing for the gold medal, as Jake Adikov all of a sudden bursts clear and is going downhill towards the stadium in search of a gold medal.
Adikov, a world sprint champion in 2023, the 30-year-old Californian, looking to add to the US count.
Adikov in front of Yu Shuang. Yu Shuang going back to Adikov. The lead is only 2 or 3 meters. Jake Adikov in front, 10 meters to the line. Flying is Yu Shuang in behind, but it's going to be gold for the USA, and Jake Adikov, silver for Yu Shuang, China. And a bronze medal will go to Sebastian Modin. Jake Adikov, silver in Beijing, has turned silver into gold here in Milano Cortina 2026. He's the cross-country VI sprint champion, Jake Adikov.
What a well-paced race for Jake Adikov and his guide, Peter Walter. He's got his own little group of fans there. And Yu Shuang, fast finish to grab the silver.
Yu Shuang, only 22 years old, and as a teenager on Paralympic debut in Beijing, showed the world what he could do with 4th places in the biathlon sprint, in the relays as well. He really did burst onto the scene in a style of a Sebastian Modin all those years ago. And it was very impressive. It was up the incline. This is where the race really was run and won by Jake Adikov in the center, making up the ground here on Yu Shuang. and then managed to get into the downhill section in front. Yu Shuang came back late on, but the race had already been won.
His guide did very well. Jake Adikoff, Peter Volta picking the middle of the track to split Moden and Yu. And Moden now has 9 Paralympic Winter Games cross-country medals. The stalwart he is for Sweden. But today belongs to Jake Adikoff. At least top spot on the podium does. And confirming the result for you, Jake Adikoff, guide Peter Volta, Yu Shuang and Shang Jinsai, Sebastian Moden and Emil Talsi. China and Sweden, silver and bronze. far away from the slightly delayed first victory ceremony, the women's sprint sitting.
people from the States, are you ready? Tra pochissimo cominciamo con la cerimonia di premiazioni. Siete pronti? Are you ready for the victory ceremony? Let's keep
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's sprint sitting.
Signore e signori, la cerimonia di premiazione della sprint uomini sitting.
Please welcome the medalists.
Accogliamo I vincitori.
The medal ceremony for the men's para cross country sprint sitting. Historic moments for Brazil in Paralympic Winter Games via silver. China and Brazil. The men's para cross country sprint sitting.
The medals will be presented by
Le medaglie saranno consegnate da
Mr. Andrew Parsons, President of the International Paralympic Committee,
Presidente del Comitato Paralimpico Internazionale,
accompanied by
accompagnato da
Mr. Maurizio Fugatti, President of the Autonomous Province of Trento,
Presidente della Provincia di Trento,
bronze medalist representing Kazakhstan,
medaglia di bronzo per il Kazakistan, Yabal Kametova.
Yabel Kametov delighted with his para cross country sprint sitting bronze medal. Started towards the rear in the final and passed everybody bar two to win a thoroughly deserved bronze medal for Kazakhstan. Yabel Kametov.
silver medalist representing Brazil,
Medaglia d'argento per il Brasile, Christian Vestemaia Rivera.
Historic moments, Christian Vestemaia Rivera winning a Paralympic Winter Games medal for Brazil for the first time. A super silver medal from the powerful Brazilian. Close to the gold, but it's a fantastic silver, a historic silver for Christian Vestemaia Rivera of Brazil.
medalist and Paralympic champion, representing People's Republic of China.
Medaglia d'oro e campione paralimpico per la Repubblica Popolare Cinese, Liu Zishu.
Liu Zishu of China, gold medal winner of the para cross country sprint sitting. Another gold, Milano Cortina 2026 for Liu Zishu. Gold in the biathlon individual, biathlon sprint, and now a cross-country gold medal. Medals galore for Liu Zishu.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of People's Republic of China.
Signore e signori, se potete vi preghiamo di alzarvi per l'inno della Repubblica Popolare Cinese.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
Signore e signori, i vincitori delle medaglie paralimpiche.
Men's sprint sit-in. Gold for China, Leo Zishu. Silver for Brazil, Christian Westmeyer-Rivera. And bronze for Kazakhstan, Yevol Kamatov.
Sure, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the Women's Sprint Classic standing.
Signore e signori, la cerimonia di premiazione della sprint donne tecnica classica standing.
Victory ceremony coming up for the Women's Sprint Classic standing, and it'll be Norway, the United States and Canada sharing the podium.
Accogliamo le vincitrici.
The medals will be presented by
Le medaglie saranno consegnate da
Mr. Stefano Onholt, Chair FIS Para Snow Sports Committee.
Presidente del Comitato Fissa Para Snow Sports.
Accompanied by
Accompagnato da
Dr. Mike Peters, Chief Executive Officer of the International Paralympic Committee.
amministratore delegato del Comitato Paralimpico Internazionale.
Bronze medalist, representing Canada.
Medaglia di bronzo per il Canada, Natalie Wilkie.
In a very short time, she's collected the full set at these games in parabiathlon, gold in the individual and silver in the sprint, and now bronze in this cross-country event. And a delight for us all to see the warm congratulations she gave the winner, Hilda Nilsson of Norway. So happy for you, she said. You could see she really meant it.
Silver medalist, representing United States of America.
Medaglia d'argento degli Stati Uniti d'America, Sydney Peterson.
Yes, the 24-year-old from Minnesota. She got a full set in Beijing, gold, silver and bronze, mixed relay, long distance and sprint. She adds a silver today.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion, representing Norway.
Medaglia d'oro e campionessa paralimpica per la Norvegia, Hilde Nilsson.
Hilda Nilsson at her third Paralympic Winter Games. Silver in the sprint in Beijing and Pyeongchang. One better today. She came from the back of the field again and again to the front. Fine style. A powerful and worthy winner.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of Norway.
Signore e signori, se potete vi preghiamo di alzarvi per l'inno della Norvegia.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
Signore e signori, le vincitrici delle medaglie paralimpiche.
And so, in the standing sprint classic, Hilda Nilsson of Norway, Sydney Peterson of the United States, and Canada's Natalie Wilkie, gold, silver and bronze.
Okay.
He's comfortable taking it.
Yeah, I took it the last 2 days. So yes.
And just touch the volume button.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's sprint classic standing.
Signore e signori, la cerimonia di premiazione della sprint uomini tecnica classica standing.
Please welcome the medalists.
Accogliamo i vincitori.
The victory ceremony for the men's Paracross Country Sprint Classic standing.
The medals will be presented by
Le medaglie saranno consegnate da
Mr. Stefano Arnholt, Chair FIS Para Snow Sports Committee,
Presidente del Comitato FIS para Snow Sport,
accompanied by
accompagnato da
Miss Anne Rankield-Crocken, Chair of the FIS Para Cross Country Subcommittee,
Presidente del Sottocomitato FIS para Cross Country,
bronze medalist, representing France,
medaglia di bronzo per la Francia, Benjamin Davier.
Benjamin Davier punches the air in delight. There's a fair bit of emotion behind the celebration. Bronze medal winner, men's classic standing sprint. The tears may flow very soon indeed. For the powerful French athlete Benjamin Davier, a bronze medal winner.
silver medalist, representing Germany,
Medaglia d'argento per la Germania, Sebastian Marburger.
Sebastian Marburger of Germany, silver medal winner in the men's classic sprint standing. Superb in qualification and in the semi-final. In the final, only beaten by one. brilliant set of results for the athlete from Germany, and a silver medal winner in Milano Cortina, Sebastian Marburger.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing Belarus.
Medaglia d'oro e campione paralimpico per la Bielorussia, Roman Sviritsenka.
Roman Sviritsenka, Belarus, another punch to the air, and this is because he is a gold medal winner. Classic standing sprint champion. Was too powerful for the others in the final. Powered up the hill, and by the time he was in the finish straight, there was nobody in the background. He was that far clear, and a deserving gold medal winner.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of Belarus.
Signore e signori, se potete vi prego per l'inno della Bielorussia.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
Signore e signori, i vincitori delle medaglie paralimpiche.
Men's sprint classic standing, gold for Belarus, Roman Sviritsenka, silver for Germany, and Sebastian Marburger, and bronze for France, Benjamin Davier.
My arm is not that long. Okay, no problem. Wait. Okay. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's sprint classic vision impaired.
Signore e signori, la cerimonia di premiazione della sprint uomini tecnica classica vision impaired.
Please welcome the medalists.
Accogliamo i vincitori.
The victory ceremony for the men's cross-country sprint vision impaired at Milano Cortina 2026 Paralympic Winter Games.
The medals will be presented by
Le medaglie saranno consegnate da
Mr. Giuseppe Fazio, Government's Extraordinary Commissioner,
Commissario straordinario del governo,
accompanied by
accompagnato da
Mr. Stefano Arnholt, Chair MIS Para Snow Sports Committee.
Presidente del Comitato FIS para Snow Sports.
Bronze medalist, representing Sweden.
Medaglia di bronzo per la Svezia. Sebastian Modin e la guida Emil Talsi.
Sebastian Modin, bronze medal winner. Guide Emil Tassil. Set off in the final first. It was the one they had to catch. Stayed out in front for a long, long way. Eventually finishing in third. Picking up a very well-deserved bronze medal. Bronze for Sweden and Sebastian Modin.
Silver medalist, representing People's Republic of China.
Medaglia d'argento per la Repubblica Popolare Cinese. Yu Chuang e la guida Shang Jinsai.
Silver medal for China. Yu Shuang with guide Shang Jinsai. A fabulous final. At one stage, it looked like the gold medal was way out in front, and all of a sudden, Yu Shuang found another gear late on and made it very close late on, but it will be the silver this time in the cross-country sprint vision impaired. Thoroughly deserved silver medal for Yu Shuang. What a race.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion, representing United States of America.
Medaglia d'oro e campione paralimpico degli Stati Uniti d'America. Jake Adikoff e la guida Peter Walter.
I wonder how many times they have rehearsed what they would do on a top step of a podium at the Paralympic Winter Games. Jake Adikoff and Peter Walter, the guide, gold medal winners. Blasted clear from Yu Shuang, who fought back valiantly. silver medal winner from Beijing, has got one place better in Milano Cortina. It's a gold medal for the USA and for Jake Adikov.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of United States of America.
Signore e signori, se potete vi preghiamo di alzarvi per l'inno degli Stati Uniti d'America.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
Signore e signori, i vincitori delle medaglie paralimpiche.
Men's sprint vision impaired. Gold for USA, Jake Adikov. Guide Peter Volter. Silver for China, Yu Shuang. Guide Shuang Jinsai. And bronze for Sweden. And Sebastian Modin. Guide Emil Talsi.
Jaha, nu, vänta. Okej, vänta då, vänta. Jag ställer mig bakom här. 1, 2, 3. Vänta nu, ja, bra. Va? Mössan på. Ta på mössan.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the women's sprint sitting.
Signore e signori, la cerimonia di premiazione della sprint donne sitting.
Looking forward to this one, the victory ceremony for the women's sprint sitting.
Please welcome the medalists.
Accogliamo le vincitrici.
The Republic of China, the United States, Republic of Korea sharing the podium for this victory ceremony.
The medals will be presented by
Le medaglie saranno consegnate da
Dr. Mike Peters, Chief Executive Officer of the International Paralympic Committee.
amministratore delegato del Comitato Paralimpico Internazionale,
Accompanied by
accompagnato da
Mr. Stefano Arnold, Chair FIS Para Snow Sports Committee.
Presidente del Comitato FIS Para Snow Sports.
Bronze medalist, representing People's Republic of China.
Medaglia di bronzo per la Repubblica Popolare Cinese, Wang Shiyu.
Wang Shiyu just missed out on the medals in the sprint event in Beijing. She finished 4th. A little better in Milano Cortina as she claims the bronze, 26-year-old from Liaoning.
Silver medalist, representing Republic of Korea.
Medaglia d'argento per la Repubblica di Corea, Kim Yeon-ji.
Well, for the 19-year-old, well, star is on the rise. Seems to have an incredible future lying in front of her. Gold in the individual parabiathlon. Now silver. Led the race for a long time until our victor took a couple of 100 meters to go.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion, representing United States of America.
Medaglia d'oro e campionessa paralimpica degli Stati Uniti d'America, Oksana Masters.
An established and mighty champion is 36-year-old Oksana Masters. Just keeps on keeping on. Now 4 gold, 4 silver and 3 bronze in cross-country Paralympic Winter Games events. A 4-time summer Paralympic champion. Record almost unsurpassed.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of United States of America.
Signore e signori, se potete vi preghiamo di alzarvi per l'inno degli Stati Uniti d'America.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
Signore e signori, le vincitrici delle medaglie paralimpiche.
Oksana Masters of the United States, the gold. Kim Yun-ji of the Republic of Korea, the silver. And bronze goes to Wang Shiyu of China.
You want me to take? I can take it for you if you guys don't want to take it.
Yeah, okay. I try.
Okay, just any side button is fine.
Yeah. I know that.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the Women's Sprint Classic Vision Impaired.
Signore e signori, la cerimonia di premiazione della sprint donne tecnica classica Vision Impaired.
Women's Sprint Classic Vision Impaired victory ceremony coming up next.
Please welcome the medalists.
Accogliamo le vincitrici.
Talking point here is that Leonie Volta, who crossed the line second and has been removed from the top three, Kazmaier promoted to silver medal position, and Kong Jihong of China will be the bronze medalist.
The medals will be presented by
Le medaglie saranno consegnate da
Mr. Maurizio Bugatti, President of the Autonomous Province of Trento,
Presidente della provincia di Trento,
accompanied by
accompagnato da
Mr. Stefano Ohold, Chair FIS Para Snow Sports Committee,
Presidente del Comitato FIS Para Snow Sports.
bronze medalist, representing People's Republic of China.
Medaglia di bronzo per la Repubblica Popolare Cinese. Son Jihong e la guida Liu.
So the 26-year-old at her first Paralympic Winter Games promoted from 4th to bronze medal position, Song Jihong. Inquiry after the race. Leonie Volta taken out of the top three. We have a teammate, Lynn Kazmaier, up from 3rd to 2nd, and on to the middle podium comes Song Jihong. Song's guide, Yu Jiaxuan.
Silver medalist, representing Germany.
Medaglia d'argento per la Germania. Lynn Kazmaier e la guida Florian Baumann.
Florian Baumann, the guide for Lynn Kazmaier. The gold and 3 silvers in Beijing as a 15-year-old. That's another silver.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion, representing Russian Federation.
Medaglia d'oro e campionessa paralimpica per la Federazione Russa. Anastasia Bajan e la guida Sergei Sinyakin.
Well, for the 24-year-old Anastasia Bagian and guide Sergei Sinyakin, it was a case of from go to woe to gold. They led the whole way, were pretty much unchallenged, and were too good for the field.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you're able for the anthem of Russian Federation.
Signore e signori, se potete vi preghiamo di alzarvi per l'inno della Federazione Russa.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
Signore e signori, i vincitori delle medaglie paralimpiche.
Gold then to Anastasia Bagian and Sergei Sinyakin. Silver to Lin Kazmaier. And the bronze going to Kong Zihong of China. Another exciting session at the Tesoro Cross Country Stadium draws to a close. An exhilarating day of sprint racing. We had USA, Norway, Russia, China, Belarus sharing the top spoils. We hope you enjoyed the action and that you'll join us again as we bring you the Milano Cortina 2026 Paralympic Winter Games.